Вітаємо вас на всеукраїнському форумі «Україна-30. Здорова країна».
Greetings at the forum Ukraine 30, Healthy Ukraine. Today we'll be talking about conscious attitude to health. In school it starts from nutrition. And under the First Lady, a very important national campaign is launched for balanced and healthy nutrition at school, or meals at school. Now we will switch to our culinary terrace, and I will give the floor to the moderator, Людмила Барбір. Thank you, Dmitro. Greetings to everyone at the Forum Ukraine 30. And this time, the forum will be dedicated to the healthy nation. I'm happy to be here. Today we'll be talking about very important topic, about the changes in school life of our children. And I'm very much concerned as a mother about what will be my child eating at school. I know what school lunches could be. I would like to thank the First Lady, Olena Zelenska. She started to reform the school meals, and she's basically controlling that. Very often, our viewers from all over Ukraine are writing about what they don't like in school meals and what are the problems and how they would like to change it. So, from the 1st of September, there will be new norms for school nutrition, and the new school menu has been already approved and it will be recommended. And now you will see how such meals are cooked. We're presenting these meals, and I would like to invite Yevgen Klopotenko, who's the author of a new school menu. He's the ambassador in the world of the Ukrainian cuisine. And also Orest Stepanyak, the co-founder of the Association of Public Nutrition. And he will tell us about how the technology of cooking will change. And after that, we'll talk about the details of reform, how it will be implemented, how it will be financed, how it will be controlled. When will we see absolutely modernized kitchens everywhere in Ukraine? That will be after, but now, greetings, Yevgen. Please present the menu, and we will taste it. Those who are very fast, because it's very, very tasty. The ones who will be the first ones will taste it. There will be many meals today. It's not just for one meal. We'll have a salad with carrot and apples, also the cabbage minestrone. I want people to stop being afraid of this name. Minestrone will have couscous, also fish, minced fish, cutlets, and we will show what it is, and it could be very tasty, it could be very cool. We'll cook just a regular plov with kitchen. Of course, there will be Ukrainian wonderful vertuta, and also couscous with vegetables. Everyone has been already tasted it, couscous with vegetables. Okay, in the end, we'll be tasting it. We'll hear whether that's tasty or not. I heard that, and I see in people's eyes that it will be tasty. The organizers told me, Orest, that during the lesson, during 45 minutes, you can cook 150 portions or sets for meals for school children. That's possible. But that is if we add some technological assistance guests. We will be watching it. We have to learn how to cook during one lesson and then give this food during the interval. So please, switch on your timers. 8, 5, okay. Maybe we'll do it even faster than within 45 minutes. Today, we'll be talking about how to change nutrition, but we need to start from what the problem is. The problem is there in Ukraine. We all went to schools and we have children who go to school, but Olena, what do you think is the main problem? I wouldn't mention just one of them. I believe there are many of them. The first one, it's lack of financing, I believe. Now there are new norms, and that's important. It wasn't that healthy. The menu is not attractive. The assortment is just the same, very obsolete technologies in the kitchen, and I believe that there could be many more problems. But as association, we worked with many schools in Ukraine, and we see that the main problem is that children refuse to eat the food that we give them at school. They eat not in the canteen, not in the school canteen. They eat their home meals. The mother is the main supplier of school lunches. I know, as a mother, even in schools where the meals are good, the mothers prepare the lunch boxes, but when children grow up, they give them also 20, 30, 50 hryvnias together with lunch box, and then the main competitor becomes the supermarket. We just limited some of the meals, some of the soft drinks in schools, but we cannot prohibit to sell these things during the class hours, school hours all over the country. And we need to cook such things that people would like to eat. So we mentioned what are the reasons why children don't want to eat. Why don't they want to eat in school? Okay, let's look at the next slide. Ukrainian meals at school is so much different from what is there in the world. The first thing is that Ukrainian meals, or these places where the meals are cooked, they depend on what was the mood of the cook when the cook was cooking. Then all the cooks in Ukraine, these are people who spend all their lives cooking some meals. They get up at 5, at 4 o'clock in the morning. They go to work and they start cutting vegetables, and then maybe boil, and then it takes them very long hours. They don't think about aesthetics. For them, the main task is to then get back home and have some rest. We need to provide some assistance. Do you mean some new people? No. The best assistant will be some elements of equipment. They will not have to peel the potato or the eggs. Then they will be thinking about how to cook the meals properly. But where can they get this equipment? How can they get this process optimized? During the presentation, we'll be observing it, and we'll understand how easily you can work in the kitchen. Our cooks, they are not in a hurry. We are limited in time. We cook during 45 minutes, and the demonstration of how this should be happening is what you see now. We presented, we said that in 45 minutes we will cook meals for 150 school children. But how much time is needed? How many cooks there should be in the kitchen to do that? Unless we had these new technologies. We have this new time range in Ukraine. When the question is asked, how long does it take for a child to eat what we cooked? We answer till they finish it up. Basically, the meals are cooked in the morning, and the whole day children are eating. A few hours we needed to cook these meals. Let's look at some process. If we need to make a soup, we make it in one huge kettle, and we have just one huge kettle where they cook the soup, but that's violation of norms. If we are talking about cutlets, we fry them on the frying pans, and then we pile them up, and they're waiting till children will take them. And the third problem is what Yevgen is doing is a great thing, because we need to talk about meals which are modern, meals which they will want to eat. Yevgen, when you created this new school menu, you went to different schools, you had a tour, and you said that you had some expectations after you talked to cooks in the canteens and after you talked to school children. Your impressions were absolutely different. So what was your approach? How did you select these meals? Did you communicate to school children? I invented what I believe should be good. I offered it to children. 70% ate it up, and 70% of this food was eaten up, and 30% wasn't eaten up. I didn't know that what children eat in the 5th grade, the children of the 1st grade don't eat. I went to the kitchen at 5:30 in the morning together with these lady cooks, and then I learned how to cook in all these old-style kitchens. And then the cutlet is over-fried. That's the problem that is there. It is important that children eat it. But whatever cool the meals are, but there are 30% of children who do not eat in canteens, whatever you do. So now, according to the statistics of the 2 years ago, 28% of children eat in canteens. Our aim should be to have more than 60% of children eating in meals, and if we succeed in that, that would be great. We need to work on that. We'll continue to talk about how to optimize this work for cooks so that everything is very tasty in school, and also this your new school menu, unless there are such technologies, will it be possible to cook it in those old kitchen? Everything could be done, but we are talking about the situation when there are 500 children in school and 3 or 4 persons work in the kitchen. Then physically it's extremely difficult to have ideal quality, even if the meal itself is ideal. But just imagine how within 10 minutes you can deliver 500 or whatever portions. But basically people, in some schools where there is an equipment, people ask me, Zhenya, how do I use it? But when the directors of schools, when the Department of Education sees how it's cooked, then there will be equipment provided. So the representatives of local authorities, they are here. So please observe how this equipment operates, and as far as I understand that you don't need a lot of knowledge to work with these mechanisms. Let's continue talking about new technologies, about new approaches. It's very important to demonstrate the aesthetics. That is what the cooked vegetables look like. If we boil them just in water, they will be not looking like that. They will look not aesthetically. We need to cook such meals that children who mostly live in their smartphone, they need to see a nice picture in reality, the same picture that they see in their smartphone. And that is why we're cooking on steam. When we're talking about introducing of Haas norms in Ukraine, it's very important. Please explain for those who do not understand, what are these Haas norms? This is a complicated process. It's control of critical points. It is important to control all the stages which could be controversial. For example, storage of products, temperature of storage, the temperature at which we cook, and the time from the meal when it's finished and the time till it's delivered is also a critical point. So we will start developing such technological processes when all these things are observed. If we have a task to create the multi-profile nutrition, but we use our old obsolete norms and add the Haas norms, that will be very controversial, because even those schools which are making some restoration works, for example, in school they have 108 children. The school is designed for 108 children. They have 70 who study, and they have 200 square meters of the kitchen, and only one cook is working there. Can you imagine how much money we could have saved if we made the kitchen like that? There should be a minimum area, because all this lighting, all these elements of design, these are huge money that we are just wasting. And besides, these kitchens, they contradict the process, because it's impossible to demand that cooks cook quickly. It's impossible. In a kettle, for example, it takes 1.5 hours for water to boil. And you say that some amendment should be introduced into the construction norms. What to do with that? Yes, we're working on that. You're working on introducing new norms so that every school, in accordance with its requirements, they could equip the kitchen.
There is a question about funding. There is a lot of funding for repair, for the equipment, and you have to disperse it all on repair. That's the legislation for you. So it's about assignment of subsidies. It is very important to make good technological projects. Correct technological projects can explain the terms of reference for the conditioning, for the sewage system, and first they repair the school and then equip it. There is some place, there is some room, and you should fill it in. That's the idea, that's the approach. So let's discuss the proverbial minestrone. And because the cooks seem to be afraid of it, so we have to overcome this minestrone scare or fear, apprehension, and we will see 15,000 schools with the frustrated, overworked cooks, and we are coming to them with a new approach, and we have some kind of mac and cheese. Why do I need mac and cheese? I can make some kind of fried eggs. This should not go out of my comfort zone. Whatever we cook from international cuisine or Ukrainian cuisine, if we're doing this now for our cooks, we provide the technological maps, the algorithm with the broken down process, broken down ideally, not 30 to 60 minutes, but for the temperature as the benchmark. That's the modern equipment, because if we cook something for 60 or 30 minutes, we cannot be sure that we have cooked it properly. And we are working on the technological maps, but any menu is advisory, Eugene's menu or the school cook's own, but we have to register and reconcile this with the local food inspection. In 15,000 schools, we have to repeat it. The technological map should be there with the temperature regime, temperature mode, and with the condition that we have such equipment. Yes, in other words, we'll have otherwise to do that. We can cook on a cooker, and we can equip easily our schools with the thermal chips. Another thing, in addition to the technological maps, is the technological equipment. I would like to illustrate. They are now making the salad. I don't see any of them doing anything. Maybe I cannot see anything with my back, but that's the situation. That's how it should look. That's a modern kitchen for you. Well, there is a shredding board, and you should do the chopping. Yes, that's how it is imagined. But that's something that can be sliced ideally. This slicer makes the difference. How, you would ask? And it is a very important thing, not just for the salad, but for example, when we cook something, they have the cooked vegetables. In a standard way, we can know how big the slices are and how much time we need for the cooking. If they are different size, they need different ranges of time for getting ready. That's condition and that's standard for you. We have to cook everything in a uniform fashion with the temperature regime observed always, and the timeline. Our time, by the way, is limited. Let's discuss last year. Last year, it was unprecedented. 0.5 billion hryvnias of educational subsidy to repair the cooking sections of schools. So they have dispersed everything, and they have upgraded some parts of schools. With complete or partial funding for specific schools, and the public catering sections, school catering sections, whether they can promote themselves to a new technological level, whether the food is better, the nutrition is better. I think a big part of such schools have not improved yet. Why? Because if we look at the slides, we can see the picture. That's the SMEs environment, the subject matter experts. We can see the Ministry of Education here. That's the government. providing the funds. The funds are transferred to the regions. We have the principal, and they say you have 1 million hryvnias, and this director, as we call them in Ukraine, they come to their cooks and say, you have been around for a long time. What do you need with your experience? And in the field, they confirm this observation. They say, here's your million, dear principal, and the schoolmaster, and unfortunately this cook who has worked for 40 years in that kitchen, a beautiful person, but without the necessary expertise of in state-of-the-art technologies of cooking. So we have to examine the process, to standardize, to impose or present new norms. And for the catering section at school, with the new architectural and construction standards regulating the spendings, not to replace a cooker with a cooker, a pan with a pan. Those will be the uniform norms. That will be a solution, I'm sure. And with the new cooker, we cannot improve anything. They just boil the water. But it is not enough to do the good and reliable cooking. We can see the state-of-the-art fridges and all things. It all consumes a lot of energy. And you can see the situation. We can analyze the spendings, the expenditures. Let's discuss the international experiences. Our association looked into the international experience. We invited local mayors and had a learning trip, study tour to Germany to see how it is all arranged. Catering in Germany. There are two approaches. Either cooking at school, if it's economical, and they can have a catering section. If it's a small school, we have lots of rural schools with fewer pupils. Cooking is centralized. One hub cooks, cools it down, and then dispatches. At school, there is this operator who presses the button to warming up with a lot of energy and synergy. It's economizing for the resources, and it's controlling the process of cooking, because one kitchen is difficult to control, difficult enough to control, but hundreds of schools, it's a totally different matter. Can we have the hubs of that kind? In Ukraine, we have been through this designing stage, and the two central kitchens, hub kitchens, are being introduced. I think this is the future, what it has in store for us, and this is economical, as I said. This is feasible and expedient. But in Germany and France, we've seen the schools cooking with small portions and very quickly. It's not about keeping it warm for the whole day, because when we discuss hubs and HACCP standards, the temperature is set sometimes over 70, then it is dehydrated, and this cannot be a shock drop of temperature, so we have to cook. In the morning we do the cutlets, and we can prepare them in the stove and serve. So is anything ready to be served, by the way? This is the aroma control. The minestrone is the sauces are being added, the fish is getting ready. Well, I think there is the feeling. I keep everything under control. So I would like to discuss it with Eugene, for him to tell us how he sees cooking in modern conditions, because recently he presented the menu, one of the schools which is, in my view, is a model school with a great technological process. If we have to discuss it, I think, what's the question? The question is that you cooked at different schools, and you were telling me recently that you also worked at scarcely equipped kitchens, and also you tried these state-of-the-art conditions with the catering sections. Can you tell us about the difference? Well, the difference is this. Look here. In fact, the issue is just this. It looks like this equipment is the token of taste, but what matters here is the people's integrity. And I would like to say that there are big minces, and I can use the old one, which is reliable, instead of this one, the electric one. And in my experience, for 1 year, for the first year, there is this kind of distrust. Then they come to work not for 5 a.m. but at 6 instead, and the sausages not anymore. Now you can do that. You can make frankfurter. You have to inspire the local self-governance leaders to upgrade the kitchens, and you can save a lot of money. We'll discuss it later, but it's up to you. While they go in deep into the field, reach this outreach, we need enough money to motivate to say that you have when we talk to representatives of local self-governments, we are discussing the political interests always. You know that the communities have the money. Because of the decentralization reform, they have their own funds, and we motivate them in this way. If you patch one hole, you forget about it. The pitfall is not there anymore on the road, that is. But if you change the catering business, parents every day remember that there is something that is culturally different. Please cook this for me, the children. This is a very cool political interest. We'll motivate, incentivize. There is one amalgamated community who can do that, who can afford that, because they have the money, they have the income, in addition to the state funding. But other communities are not rich enough for this. They would be happy to do that, but they have nowhere to get it from. We'll discuss catering and how clearly we can see what is the actual destination of that fund, the targeted approach. For example, they use it for the roads instead of the schools, but that will be for the subsequent panels where we will discuss details of the reform. That's 100% sure, absolutely. And a great number of communities are capable of that, and they waste their funds spending them on some trivial things, some trivialities. The roadworks, for example, civil works, no end. And this is because of the lack of information. What kind of repair do you mean? Anything, the endless repair, sometimes they don't. Some schools are not even repaired. And we know that from our audience, there are different situations. Sometimes they have a lot of funding, they can afford anything, but there are some schools that have no Italian, they have no painting. I'm diverting. We're talking about catering here, right? Yes, indeed. In Ukraine, we have this information vacuum, and that's why we are here, the gap. We have to bridge it with the state-of-the-art technologies for the local education managers, for deputy heads of regional administration. They have to understand what catering is about, and we'll now serve the salads. The salads we are serving. And now this is the tasting ceremony, the tasting table, where it will be all served, and we'll have the opportunity to actually demonstrate it. We have to speed up, and I think we have to approach the solution. The principal incentive is to see that it can work, and there are some arguments, the most convincing ones. This is economy, how much I can save, the number of cooks, the quality, the health of children, the health status, which is also a priority, indeed, and just how expensive it can be and energy consuming. So here is an example. In order to cook, we are going to cook, I'm making an announcement, cutlets. In order to make them, our mincing machine, well, how much is it? 2.5 kilowatts. 50 cutlets, 10 minutes, 2.5 kilowatts. 10 minutes? How much time do you need? How many rissoles, meat rissoles? It depends on how big your frying pan is, how commodious it is. From 8 to 10 minutes, that's for the meat rissoles. With all the HACCP norms observed, the cool down, chilled meat rissoles. In order to fry them in a pan, a usual firm on a burner, we need 4 burners, 2 people, and approximately 1 hour or 80 minutes for 150 rissoles and 3 liters of vegetable oil. And then you'll smell it for a long, long time. What's the saving? 14 kilowatts. For 1 minute, 4 burners, 3 to 4 kilowatts, 14 kilowatts. If we multiply by 3 hryvnias, that's the average price for the electric energy. The average price of the electric energy, it's about 40 hryvnias, but if you multiply by 15,000 schools, we have 600,000 hryvnias. 600,000 hryvnias, that's the saving. That's for this dish alone. For this lecture, we can save 40 hryvnias by 15,000. For one school, it's 40 hryvnias. And not 600,000. But taking into account that you wouldn't believe that we could make it within 10 minutes, I invite you to this kitchen. I'm not here to cook, I'm here to moderate. But you have to change because we enter in the kitchen area. I don't cook at home, so I can cook at work. Thank you.
So, I understand that for me there will be no problem. The cutlets are semi-finished, and you see what I do. We need to fry them. That's the main part of the job. I don't see any frying pans. We will start looking for them. Every morning you will be doing it. Well, I know you are doing it at the breakfast with 1+1. Aren't you afraid for your image or my image? Okay. I will hide all my hair. I will spoil my hairstyle, but that's worth it. It's ideal. It's ideal. Beautiful. Wonderful. Okay, gloves. Sorry. I cannot go to the kitchen, enter the kitchen without the gloves. Okay, I was in such a hurry that I... okay. Okay, I will put it on and we will demonstrate. No, I will replace it. So I understand that I will not have to do a lot. I will have to just load this cutlet somewhere, right? But I don't really work well with equipment. Are you sure I will cope with it if I have no skills? I'm absolutely sure that you will cope. All you have to do is just intuitively. This is fish cutlet, the one that children love. Just select here. What is there? There are signs, there's fish, there's meat, there's fish. I push fish. If our viewers don't see that, it's cooking in crumbled bread. Yeah, that's crumbled bread. Wonderful. Everything's in Ukrainian. Fish and crumbled bread. Wonderful. Then you have to do nothing else. Timer 8 minutes. What's important is to cook it until certain temperature, so that all of them are ready. So the temperature should be 68 degrees. That's enough to cook the cutlets, and we'll wait for several seconds for this piece of equipment to warm up. I don't need to set the quantity or whatever, no. And the frying pan should be hot to cook it, and we need to warm it up. Now it will get warmed up, and it will tell me, hey, hi, Ludmila, you have to load cutlets. I think what to do. I'm standing in the kitchen, I do nothing. What can I do? There are many processes in the kitchen. You can do whatever. Once we're working according to all norms of HUS, we need to get registered the temperature regimes. We need to prepare the register till what temperature they will be cooked. Okay, the register. I'm sorry. Look at that. That's what cooks are doing now. There are so many figures. I know maths well, but all over the world, that's what they were doing yesterday. I cannot do it in the kitchen, but this register where I have to register everything, I can do it like that. Right? Now, look at our screens. We will have modern registers. I had to load it myself. Yes, do it. Okay. Put it there. I will be helping you a little bit to speed up the process. So that's all I had to do, just load it. I will surprise you. We will complicate the process. Our cutlet should be with what? With couscous. We have one piece of equipment which is full of something. And there's soup here, there's plov here, but we have a little space left. And now we will simultaneously be cooking couscous, which is to be boiled. Will I be doing it? No, stay here. Okay. We haven't decided what we do with the register, why you threw it away, because the modern equipment registers the temperature regimes in modern temperature protocols. That's about that we don't need the human factor here. When you set the temperature there, then everything's done automatically by equipment. And our task is, when the signal comes, to take it out. And the electronic registers, this will be done by the equipment. Then we can provide this data to the Department of Education, to the Food Department, and Food Products Department, and the Ministry of Education will see how and what was cooked in every school. Will I stay, should I stay here for long? Because my temperature regime goes up at this sun. Couscous parallel to cutlets? Yes? Yes, exactly. I will also put the couscous, the cutlets will be fried, the couscous will be boiled, and in 10 minutes we will be able to taste it. So the signal for cutlets will be one type of signal, for couscous different type of signal. They will be cooked simultaneously together. Couscous is cooked, it's very heavy. Let me help you. Okay, so we see how cutlets are fried, how couscous is loaded, and very soon it will be ready and we'll hear it. There will be a signal. Okay, I'll come back to you. So, how it was in the kitchen. It was so hot in the kitchen before changes. Today it's hot because of the sun. We can feel ourselves staying in the beach because the sun is there. But in the kitchen it's cool. I will tell you a case when we were helping with design one kitchen where they cook 15,000 portions a day. But according to the Soviet norms, you shouldn't install any heating in the kitchen because it's so hot there. But when we launched a new kitchen, and many people went there, so we are taking out the soup. Well, it's so easy. You don't have to take these very heavy bowls, whatever. The soup's ready, right? And the plov is ready. You can eat it. Now look at the plov. Okay, and there's next to soup. We are finishing making the pilaf for rice dish. And in winter, we came to this kitchen, and it was cold in the kitchen. And the cook said, we have no heating here because the modern equipment leaves all the temperature in the product. And that's the indicator that that should not be hot in the kitchen. And this way we are saving our money. If we're talking about savings, we see that it's impossible to create a modern developed country without saving resources. So saving resources is very important. Besides using the electricity, it is very important to take care of water. Besides the heating equipment, the dishwashing equipment is of importance. First important thing there is safety, because now it's very important to equip every school with the dishwashing machine. It's not that we will that people will not have to do it manually, but we'll be killing bacteria. If we wash it just manually, then we cannot guarantee that this glass, this plate are safe. It's saving water, saving electricity, because modern dishwashing machines consume only 10-15 liters of water a day, but when I go to school now and I see how water is running there, it's awful. We need to compare all these things. Here it's 15-14 liters if you have a dishwashing machine, but if the water is just running, then it's several hundred liters a day. Do you hear that? Several hundred liters a day. Or during one day, we just consume 10-15 liters of water. Refrigerators, it's safety of our product, which is cooled. HASC says that we need to take temperature screening when we receive the raw materials. We have to preserve them safely and control all the equipment, and the modern equipment allows us to electronically register all the temperature regimes. And one refrigerator can consume up to 200 watts an hour. There were, you remember, these lamps, 100 watt lamp bulb. It was the refrigerator who would consume just 200 watts or 700, 800 watts or 1 kilowatt, 5 times more. And that's the equipment that is now in schools. It's a big saving, and these operational expenditures are much higher than the cost of the products. We spend much more money for cooking meals than for products from which we cook. And the community, when the community finances the catering, then every representative of authorities should understand that if we buy products, it's not all the money, because plus to that, it's water, electricity, salaries, cleaning, chemicals. And when we are saving all these resources, we can spend more money for products, food products. 45 minutes are over. We are registering time. It's 45 minutes, 30 seconds. Our meals are ready, even a few minutes before. With all the species, with all the herbs, we add a little bit of oregano, and you can eat it. Minestrone is also ready. A few minutes and couscous will be ready. 2 minutes more. It took time for Ludmila to change, to dress up. And I believe that you are tasting it now. So we are now delivering everything to tasting table. Now you all can taste it and tell us what are your impressions. And you can also do it. What we are doing, when we have the fish cutlet, when we have the soup ready, the child will not be limited. Because why? We will maybe have some, if we have a chicken with the buckwheat, then children don't like buckwheat, they are allergic to chicken. But we demonstrate today that you can offer some choice to children. Dear guests, you can go. Now we can tell you, you can ask whether that's tasty or not. Together with the Parents Committee, I would like to introduce a new school menu in our school, but we have reduced the amount of salt and sugar, and that is the biggest test for the school society, because within 2 years we'll reduce the consumption of these harmful products, and this will reduce the mortality rate. And it will taste as if it lacks some salt, but it's for first 2-3 days and everything's fine. So taste it, enjoy it. And I believe that the new school catering will be there. So, Zhenya, don't say goodbye because you will be talking more during our discussion panel. So don't leave us now. I'd like to talk to a cook. What are your impressions? Was it very comfortable to work in these new realities? 9 seconds, 7, 5, and we are taking out the cutlets. We still need to ask our guests who are actively tasting. So the cutlets are beautiful. They don't look like what we usually see in some schools. Just demonstrate how nicely they look. Another question, with such a kitchen, how many cooks we need to have at one kitchen? Well, 4, one is assistant, not more than 3. We were limited in time somewhat. And basically, there are 3 of us because of this time limit. But basically, what is needed is 2 cooks. For technological processes of cooking, we don't need many people. But for all these technical processes, to make the cutlet first, we need more people. So we were talking while you were working. We did a lot of work, and now people say, okay, and we say that we'll take it out. No, we leave it, because 10 minutes, we have 160 cutlets ready, plus couscous, and you just pushed one button. Okay, everything's ready. Thank you. Now we can ask our guests what are their impressions from a new school menu.
Так, ми йдемо, слідуйте за нами. Так, там камера, так. Отже, зараз крокуємо до наших гостей.
Okay, we are going to our guests.
Так. Зорієнтуйте мене по камері. Ось, бачимо, зараз йдемо до наших гостей, які...
Okay, let's go to our guests. They take this food, they are tasting.
Будь ласка, хто встигнув вже скуштувати?
Who has already tasted?
Хто встигнув? Так, зараз ми знаємо.
Okay.
Все, зайняті всі процеси, я вже далеко підійшла саме до тих, до всіх
Okay.
страв. Ось. Скажіть, будь ласка, смачного. По-перше, скажіть, будь ласка, так, супчик.
Enjoy it. You have soup. What's your impression? It's so tasty. I just was talking to my colleague. If they were cooking like that when I was a schoolgirl, then the kitchen or the canteen would be my favorite place. Salad. I loved salads in childhood. And I remember I graduated, finished school 6 years ago, and the cutlets were over-fried. There was pasta and bread, but that's much better. Taste cutlets, so that you see that modern cutlets could be tasty. We can see how everyone's tasting all these meals, and everything's tasty, right? Good afternoon. I will not take a lot of your time. Please tell us. It's very tasty, very interesting taste. Also, this carrot and apple, it's what my granny used to cook. Yeah, and I was cooking that to my children. The carrot and apple, it's very, very tasty. Okay, I see we have heard all the impressions. We can talk about new school menu or rest. I would like to thank you for telling us about everything in detail. There were many representatives of local authorities from all the regions of Ukraine, and they saw that, and they are now see how efficient and effective it could be if the state helps us. We'll talk more about that, and we'll discuss it during our panel. And what could be this new menu? What could it look like? We will see it from the 1st of September. I would like to invite everyone who hears us, who sees us, please join our association, those who are responsible for school catering, because only together we can change the situation and we can make our children healthy. I am looking for Yevgen Klopotenko, but we'll see him at the discussion panel. On that, we are finishing our interactive part, where we presented the new menu. You saw what will be the new technologies in the kitchens. I hope that they will be like that in every school of Ukraine, and then we'll talk about reform, about financing, about how reform is implemented locally, how money would be controlled, how will be the quality control organized. And we are looking forward to hear from the First Lady, Olena Zelenska, who will be presenting the reform of school catering. And she will tell about how she will personally control it, so that everything is implemented into life.
Надзвичайно було цікаво, і справді уже за кілька хвилин на основній сцені ми розпочнемо перші дискусії, а перед цим виступить перша леді нашої держави якраз із такою програмою «Здорові діти сьогодні, здорова нація завтра». Все це далі в рамках форуму «Україна-30».
Яскравими, смачними і корисними. Із 1 вересня такими стравами годуватимуть школярів у їдальнях. Перша леді України Олена Зеленська
The First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska, presented the new system of healthy catering in schools. The menu is for 4 weeks. It has 160 meals. There will be more vegetables, fruits and meats, and also dietary meals. Popular meals of different cuisines of the world will be cooked now. The new school menu you can see at the Ministry of Health website. In 2 minutes, we will continue our forum. So please, we invite you to take your seats in the main hall. In a minute, we will continue our forum. Please take your seats. We are broadcasting this event online. In a minute, the First Lady will make her presentation. You can make photographs during the pauses between the discussion sessions. In a minute, we will continue.
Триває всеукраїнський форум «Україна 30».
We continue our forum, Ukraine 30, and after our culinary terrace, we are back at our main stage, so that together with the experts and civil servants, we discuss it during our discussions. From healthy food, the development of healthy nation starts. Welcome the First Lady of Ukraine, Olena Zelenska.
Вітаю.
Greetings.
Добрий день.
Good afternoon.
Ви вже всі поїли?
Have you all eaten?
Ой, нарешті ми будемо про це говорити.
Finally, we'll be talking about it. I'm happy.
Знову.
Again, good afternoon. Greetings to everyone. I am Olena Zelenska, and I'm the mother of Alexandra and
У
Kirilo.
мене діти,
My children,
школярі.
they're school children,
Цього року вони закінчили
and this year
10-й
they
та 2-й
finished
клас.
the 2nd and the
Тому
10th
сьогодні
grade. So
я буду
today,
говорити в першу
I'll be
чергу
talking,
як мама,
first of all,
про те,
as
що
the
турбує
mother,
мене як маму.
about what I'm concerned with as a
І про
mother,
те, що є моїм
as every mother is
пріоритетом
concerned with,
як
and what is my
президента
priority as the wife of the
українських
President of Ukraine, and that's the health of Ukrainian
Ми всі
children.
хочемо для
We
наших
all
дітей
want
кращого майбутнього.
to have
Ми
better
всі
future for our
опікуємося
children,
їхньою освітою.
and we are taking care
Ми
of their
дорослі багато
education. We
розмовляємо
adults
про новітні
talk a lot
програми,
about new educational programs, about the development of the science, about the methodologies and approaches. But we often forget what, first of all, affects the quality of the educational process, and that's energy and health of a child. And these two components are influenced by nutrition, by catering. According to UNICEF, the analysis of the educational programs of 52 countries of the world proves that even existing of the system of catering positively influences not just the desire to go to school, but also the level of knowledge, because children demonstrated higher points for language tests, cognitive tests, and others. Just existence of the system of school catering is a breakthrough. We have something to be optimistic about. But let's compare what we have and what others have. Let's take experience of the countries to which we'll look in other spheres. I will start from Canada. What system do they have? In Canada, the catering for school children is something that parents are responsible for, but not the state. Children go to school with lunch boxes, which their parents prepare. Schools systematically organize teachings, trainings for parents, and that is about the system of healthy nutrition. In some schools, there's practice of ordering hot meals for schools, and these programs are implemented at a discount prices in partnership with local businesses. Israel. In every educational institution, they have their own systems, their approach, their own norms of organizing catering for school children. There's no one solution for all Israeli schools. Every school decides on what to do itself. In Israeli schools, there's no canteen, and children again come with lunch boxes from home. Some schools organize delivery hot lunches, but that's for the money of the parents. Japan. These are my personal observations. The school that I personally visited, and that was a public school, and there are most of them in Japan. They have a wonderful kitchen where they cook hot lunch for children. And in this school and other schools, they don't have canteen at all. How do children eat? Those who are on duty, they bring the food to classrooms, and they have lunch during the longer interval. Lithuania is another example. We are examining the experience with interest, because 5 years ago they were in the same situation as we are, and starting from 2018, in Lithuania, the reform of school catering started. It still continues. Why we watch them so attentively? Because their system is similar to ours. Then, in their society, the habits of eating and nutrition are similar to ours, and their experience is very similar to ours. What do we have? The system is there in our country, but what is the
За багато
system?
років ми звикли
In
до
many
того,
years,
що
we're used
шкільна їдальня
to
це місце, де є
think
якась
that the school canteen is a place where there is some food.
чомусь у нас є звичка вважати,
We have a habit to believe
що їжа в шкільній їдальні
that the food in school
не
canteen
обов'язково має бути ще й
shouldn't
корисною,
be
смачною та цікавою.
always interesting, tasty,
Це
and
погана звичка.
useful.
А поганих звичок
It's a habit that we have, but that's a bad habit, but we have to get rid of bad
нам потрібні
habits.
зміни.
That's why we need
Але для того,
changes.
щоб щось змінювати,
But in
треба
order
спочатку
to
це
change
дослідити.
something, we need to examine it.
І так
And
було
we've done
проведено
that.
аудит
So we audited
500 шкіл України щодо
500
організації
schools of Ukraine.
системи харчування.
We looked at
Виявилося,
how
що-
the system of catering is organized. And we saw that,
Вибачте.
sorry,
Що ми виявили? Лише 15 шкіл.
only 15% of schools in villages and 36 in towns, in urban schools, can supply dietary food for school children. And 52% of schools in villages and 40 in towns and cities, they don't have all necessary facilities and equipment. 16% in villages and 29 in cities do not follow the norms of sanitary regulations.
Система аналізу небезпечних
The
факторів
system of
контролю
analysis of the hazardous factors is introduced only in 15% of rural schools and 19% of
Ну і найбільш відверта
urban
статистика.
schools,
Лише
and
7%
only 7%
дітей
of children
задоволені
are
тим, що
satisfied
вони їдять
with what they
в школі.
eat at school.
Зрозуміло, що
It's clear
необхідна глобальна реформа.
that a global reform is needed, and we started it for all
Для
schools,
всієї України.
for the whole of Ukraine.
Здавалося, що може бути складного
What could
в
be
тому, щоб нагодувати одну
difficult
дитину.
to feed one child?
Я розумію, що зараз в цій залі сидять
I
освітяни,
understand
сидять,
that there are people from
спеціалісти з
educational
харчування,
sector,
але
specialists
нас дивляться
from
онлайн ще й
on
інші.
nutrition,
І,
but
зокрема,
other people
батьки,
watch
які
us
хочуть
online,
дізнатися,
parents as well,
хто відповідає
those who
за
want
те,
to
що
learn who's
потрапляє на
responsible
тарілку
for
до їхньої дитини.
what is on the plate
До
of
вашої
their
уваги,
child.
учасники
So,
наповнення
The
тарілок.
participants and also what is
Міністерство
on a
охорони
plate,
здоров'я,
the Ministry of Health Care,
Міністерство розвитку
the Ministry of the
економіки та
Development of
торгівлі
Economy and
та
Trade,
Міністерство освіти
Ministry of Education
відповідають
are
за
responsible
формування
for
політик.
developing policies.
та
These are
регламентація.
norms, regulations,
За закупівлі
procurements and quality control. That is what the state consumption service is responsible for, anti-monopoly committee and state industrial service. The local authorities pay for that and parents pay for that. You can see that there are many people responsible for one plate. And the main problem was that all of them, for many years, were working separately in their own segment of the plate. Sometimes this was controversial, so we had to get them united to develop one joint action plan. What we started with, we set up a wide working group, which was an intersectoral working group, and the first thing that was done, we upgraded the regulatory basis. That's the basis. That's what every head of the educational establishment is working on. We approved the new sanitary regulations for secondary schools and also new norms and process of organizing catering for children. That has been done. After that, the second step is to procure high-quality products. Again, we all buy products at home. We look at the quality, at the expiration date, we look at the prices, and we buy. It looked like this approach could work for schools, but now it's not the situation. In many cases, indecent suppliers monopolize the sphere of supply
Часто
to
на
schools
Прозоро
in
виграє нижча
regions.
ціна, а не вища
Very
якість.
often, lower price wins
Це
at
речі, з якими
Prozora
ми
platform, but
маємо
not higher
боротися, ми мали
quality.
боротися
That
ще
is what we
вчора, але
had
ми починаємо
to
боротися тільки
fight
зараз.
against
Це ганебні речі.
yesterday, and we start to
Тому
fight against
конче
it
необхідно,
now.
щоб
So
нарешті
what is needed?
запрацювали
We
гігієнічні
need to
вимоги
have
до харчоблоків,
hygiene
безпосередньо для
requirements to
Потрібно
be
підсилювати
in
контроль
place.
якості.
We
Так,
need to enhance the
Держпродспоживслужба
quality control.
працює. Вони
So
проводять
the
планові та
state
позапланові
consumption
перевірки.
service
Я
is
думаю,
working.
що
They
в них
organize
буде все
inspections,
більше і
and
більше
I believe
роботи.
they
І
will
дуже
have
сподіваюся
more
на
and
їхню
more work.
активність.
I am
Нарешті
sure
потрібно
that they will be
запровадити
very
систему
active.
ХАСП.
Then we need to
Вже скільки
introduce
можна його
HASP
боятися? Це
system.
програма, яка
We shouldn't be
просто
afraid of it.
допомагає,
It's a
школі
program which
визначити
helps
свої
schools
проблеми.
to identify the
Зазвичай
problems.
перехід до вищої
Usually,
якості
the transfer to
супроводжується
higher quality is
витратами.
accompanied by
Тому для
expenditures.
того, щоб допомогти школі
To help
зробити
schools
цей перехід,
make
минулого
this
року
transition.
було вперше виділено
Last year, for the first time, the
освітня
subvention was
субвенція
allocated,
в розмірі 400
and
мільйонів
it
гривень
was
на покращення
400 million
матеріально-технічного
hryvnias
оснащення.
to improve the
15
technical
тисяч
equipment.
українських шкіл
Out
субвенції
of
скористалися
15,000
1800
schools,
гривень.
1,809 used this
Але вже цього року
subvention. That's
виділена
not
нова субвенція
enough,
спроможна
but
школа.
this
Вона
year
більша.
the
Тільки на
money
харчування. Але
allocated
цією
is
субвенцією
bigger,
також можна скористатися
and
для оновлення
this
харчоблоків та
could
їдалень.
be used to renew
Впевнена,
the
сподіваюся,
kitchens and the canteens. I hope that the state will continue support
на цьому
educational
можна було і
sector.
зупинитися, тому що
Here
від
I
держави
could have
потрібно було
stopped
оновити
because
нормативну
what we
базу,
needed from the
надати
state
рекомендації,
was
а
to
далі все це
provide
має
recommendations
впроваджуватися
to
на місцях.
upgrade the
Але знову ж таки,
regulations and
потрібно
then
зробити,
implement
щоб
it
сказати, що все не
locally.
так просто.
But everything's not so simple.
Для того, щоб школі
In order for school
новим стандартам і
to
новим умовам,
satisfy
потрібно
new
розробити
standards and
оновлене
new
меню.
conditions, a new menu was
Для
to
чого
be developed.
скористатися послугами
For that,
кваліфікованих
we had to use the services of qualified
та технологій.
cooks, dietologists, and technologists. That's a long and complicated
Полегшити цей
process.
процес.
To make the process
Для того, щоб його
easier,
спростити,
to simplify the process, we suggest a recommended
будь-який
menu.
заклад освіти зараз може
Any
скористатися
educational
цим меню. Із
institution
160 блюд,
can
які розробив
look at
Євген
these
Клопотенко зі своєю
160 meals
командою.
developed by Evgen Klopotenko and his team.
Користуватися цим меню.
No, it's not mandatory menu. It's
Варто
just
просто
an
подякувати
assistance.
дійсно команді Клопотенка
Really,
за
we
те,
need
що
to
вони
thank
2 роки
Klopotensko's team
настільки
because
ефективно і
for
активно
almost 2
допомагали.
years they are actively helping this
Зараз триває
reform.
розробка
Now,
технологічних карт.
they are
Ми сподіваємося, що
finalizing the
всередині липня вони будуть
technological
закінчені, і
cards,
вже можна буде користуватися
and in the middle of
в повному
July they
обсязі.
will be finished and everything will be ready. Evgen will tell in more detail about menu. He knows that much
Ще одна
better.
важлива річ.
One more important thing.
Нікому не потрібно
No
чудові,
one
але не зрозумілі
needs
речі.
wonderful things that they don't understand. No one needs this idea about healthy nutrition if you don't understand it. So we are working on awareness campaign, communication campaign. That should be social promotion, which will popularize healthy way of life. And also there will be awareness campaign organized for educational sector. We have wonderful partners, UNICEF Foundation and the Embassy of Switzerland and Ukraine. They provide expert and financial support. Together with them, we signed a memorandum on cooperation in the sphere of organizing communication campaign, which is for 2 years, and it will cover all the Ukraine. And a big information portal will become the center for this campaign. It will have all the information about the reform. It will be the place where we'll be looking for the answers to all the questions from parents, from teachers, and business will be present there. SoftServe, our technical partner, is designing and developing this portal. Now we can see how it will look like.
Which is good. And also, there are more documents, different standards, and complicated processes. Comprehensive process. This is very convenient. This is online. This is easy to understand and access. This is the platform. We can find it. For the school administration and headmasters, also for the schoolers, they can get to know about fruit and vegetable, cartoons, and the parents can get to know about nutrition, healthy food. We know what we eat. We eat healthy, we eat fresh, we eat
Дякую, сестер.
tasty. Thank you very much.
Дає нам.
And what is this reform about? First of all, children.
Харчуються смачно, не нудно,
Catering with fun, with
отримують безпечне
healthy lifestyles,
залишиться з ними
which will stay with them for the rest of their lives.
здорової людини.
More chances to become a healthy adult.
Здорова їжа сприяє
And tasty and fun food can provide for good schooling environment, good learning environment. The parents can be sure that their kids get good food
переваг збалансованого
and reliable catering. They understand rational nutrition
розуміння,
and balanced diet. They get understanding and appreciation of the fact that healthy food can consist of available and accessible, not over-expensive products. Schools get more opportunities to implement their ideas for school catering. Their own catering section, the outsourcing, cafeteria, multi-profile, uni-profile menu, a la carte, buffet, and they can do that. All of that. And the society, I think for this society, the advantage is obvious. We are getting a society consisting of healthy, conscious, and
пройти великий шлях.
happy citizens. Yes, it's a long way to go.
Форма просто
And sometimes one can feel that this is just a catering reform for schools, but this is not so. This is a habit reform. Healthy habits replacing the unhealthy ones. So at this forum, we call it Healthy Ukraine, because healthy Ukraine
країна майбутнього.
is Ukraine of the future.
І наостанок, сьогодні
And
дуже приємно
in conclusion, I've been delighted to address you from this stage, not as the First Lady of this country, but as a mom. And I hope that you will listen to me not as educationalists, educators, but first of all as parents and grandparents sometimes.
словом
So, to cut a long story short, people who care about health of our children. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Запрошуємо вас до спілкування з
Now your press point,
у нашій залі для прес.
madam, and very soon here we'll talk about catering at school and how this is going to be implemented in the nearest future in this very country. Thank you very much. A series of 30 big-scale weekly fora dedicated to the 30th anniversary of our independence. A big dialogue with participation of government, civil society, international partners, Ukrainian experts. Ukraine is openly discussing problems and looking for solutions, learning from the best international experience. These fora can provide answers to very important, hot questions questions that have to do with the pillars of our independence. Ukraine 30. Human health depends on many factors. It can be hereditary, it can be environmental, it can be medical. And by 60%, according to WHO, human health depends on lifestyles, sleep, nutrition, exercise. All this constitutes our self. How the Ukrainian state cares about the Ukrainian health status. Get to know about it at our website.
Ця революція перейде на дитячі садочки. Він також запитує це із сумом, оскільки і один і інший полюбляють і макарони, і сосиски.
Ми розуміємо, що дітям
We understand that it's tastier for children. They like things that taste well, but it is not always good for their health. As parents, we have to control that. For your son, the Arab sausages is, they can eat whatever they choose extracurricularly, so to speak. But for them, it should be much easier and much more comfortable to eat healthy food. You can eat whatever food you choose at home, but bad food habits should be abandoned. But this takes more than 1 year. It's only when we make all those norms routine for every school will have our change in attitude and change in the health status of children. I think it's a long process for many years. Now about the lunch boxes. And the norms we have changed for schools, they are also effective for lunch boxes. And we'll see how the kindergartens also will have the same things. We had a story last week having to do with the catering business, but the sanitary conditions at school leave for much to be desired, with the cockroaches and so forth. We started this reform being aware of this situation. We had to stop it, to put an end to it. I saw the story you're referring to. It's terrible, and the crew was from the inspectorate and 4 regions. We can be sure that the situation is the same in all the other regions. So this is mafia that should be opposed. And it's great that you make such story. The civil society should pressure. Parents should see what is not to their satisfaction. Go to the headmaster, then to the founder, to the inspectorate, and from the 1st of September, we are going to have new norms, and we'll see not just a wave, but a tsunami in hating, because for many years people have been happy with this situation, and they all eat our kids' food, literally speaking. And of course, there will be some opposition necessarily, but we should not be stopped by it. We saw on the news at TSN another story to the same effect. And
І ми будемо
And
просто є якісь систематичні порушення, які типові для багатьох областей. Ми будемо
there are typical
намагатися це зробити
situations.
так, щоб якось протоколу можна було вирішувати. Христина, будь ласка. Дякую.
Дуже багато батьків, звичайно,
Many parents at Kiev schools, the new menu was tried by children. How about the rural areas? When this will become routine, like you said, when do you start with the cities? No, this is across the board. This is for all Ukraine. The norms should be observed and have more, energetic administration. And the first followers, the first enthusiasts. Of course, in the field, it's not that fast. From the 1st of September, the norms will be imposed. The easiest way is to get this Klepetenko manual, or you can make your own. But we understand that not all the schools can start it from the 1st of September. So the Ministry of Education and Science promised us that they were not going to punish them till the 1st of January. That's the grace period. Yes, it's going to be difficult. We know that cooks are underpaid and they cannot afford this professional development overnight, but we have to support them as workers. Perhaps we can think of some subsidy from the Ministry of Education to support the cooks, to provide them with better opportunities, some kind of advantage, bonus for better work.
Триває всеукраїнський форум
Our forum is going on, and today we are having the first discussion, and this is about school catering and nutrition for children. We have experts on this stage. Ludmila Barbie is our hostess for this. She started this day from the culinary terrace, and now she is ready to choreograph good discussion. Welcome to Ukraine 30. Thanks to Madam Olena Zelenska, the First Lady. Thank you for leading the hunt, and let's hope that she'll be in control of this process. We could see the demonstration and the prospects for new Ukrainian catering with equipment available if we observe all the requirements. We can discuss reform in more detail, just how nutritious the food is, the dishes are, the meals. And at the local level, it is very important. I know that there are people from all the regions of Ukraine, educators, the representatives of the local authorities. So if you have time, perhaps we'll have some communication questions from the floor. Have Minister of Education, Minister of Healthcare, and I'm going to announce our speakers right now. And we even have some time for discussion. Viktor Leshko, Minister of Healthcare. We will discuss the change of regulations starting from the 1st of September. Serhiy Shkarlet, Minister of Education and Science. He will discuss reform in the field and preparation for the deadline of the 1st of September, funding and other things. Vladislava Mahaletska, Head of the State Service for Food Safety and Protection of Consumer Rights. This is the system of inspections and monitoring of suppliers. Yevhen Klepetenko, chef, we saw him at work and action, the new recommended school menu. He will discuss it in more detail, this very menu.
зараз стали здоровішими, актуальнішими.
just how healthy it is or healthy.
Далі Клод Віль,
Much
посол
Claude
Швейцарії в
Wild,
Україні і Молдові.
ambassador
Тема
from
меморандуму
Switzerland
про
and
його
Ukraine and
складові
Moldova.
дослідження, кампанія.
The memorandum and its components, research and campaigning. Amir Yarpovar, experts from the regional UNICEF office in Europe and Central Asia. He'll discuss international experience, and we will discuss the level we are at here in Ukraine. And also we'll have Laura Bell, Deputy Head of UNICEF, Representative Office in Ukraine. She'll discuss the video communication campaign. Oleg Shvets, Head of the Association of Dietologists of Ukraine. I have introduced everyone, I suppose, and I have been introduced as Barbier. So, let me turn the floor to Minister of Healthcare, Viktor Lashko, and we will discuss in more detail the new standards, the norms that are to be introduced from the 1st of September, and the menu for school catering will become inevitably healthier, better, and the health status of our children will be improved by that, we hope. Mr. Leshko, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. And stay healthy. But it is not enough to wish. You have to maintain, you have to protect or restore your health if it is deteriorating already. It's easy to stay healthy. You need healthy nutrition, exercise, and fewer bad habits like smoking and alcohol and good sleep in sufficient quantities. This seems simple, but unfortunately we can see the morbidity picture in Ukraine, which is not that happy. And this is about culture, and this culture is rooted in one's childhood. Healthy catering, healthy food, healthy nutrition. For children who spend most of their time at different public institutions, like kindergarten, schools, that's where they get their culture of food consumption from. And we started the reform under the auspices of the First Lady. Our task was to solve two problems. First of all, to introduce the healthy lifestyles in food and eating. So raise your hands who subjected oneself to medical examination in 2020. About 7%, I suppose. And I'm not sure that those people who raised their hands are all honest with us. But let's see what we can see inside this structure. The threatening trend is that we have more and more children who are overweight, children who spend their time in front of some screen with a device, with little exercise, with unhealthy snacks. And that lays foundation for not healthy lifestyles, but illnesses, cardiovascular and endocrinological. This is physiologically difficult to correct, and that can lead to us just applying medication in order to avoid certain diseases. But we can prevent that, and we should. It's actually our duty. So we have to pass the good habits on our children. The children have to introduce new culture of nutrition. You saw that story when the best football player in Europe, Cristiano Ronaldo, he put guess what away, and that was 10 seconds, but he demonstrated that still water is the best product that should stay with it. Not soft drinks, so-called, but just water, pure water, sweet water. And this is something that we have to do. And we can discuss at length different things, but there are all sorts of situations when in a family there's no alcohol and there won't be any habit to consume drinks excessively. When there's no smoking in a family, that is a positive example for the children to continue with this lifestyle. When parents exercise, this is 80% probable that your children will follow in your steps. But now we are trying to come from school. That's our reference point. We developed the norms, the dish that was demonstrated by Olena Zelensky, the Ministry of Healthcare. We have implemented this 100%. We have great norms. Great progressive norms, as usual, are met with fierce opposition because they need hype, and Eugene will discuss it. But let me just say that we developed the groups. We use too much salt and sugar. It is not right for any kind of ratio, and any kind of diet. And now there is some kind of discontent. It is not how tasty. So what's wrong? And everything is tasty, everything is fine, and salty and bad for your health. Few people make this connection. We have to convince them to persuade. But we understand that communication can kill anything. So for the first time, we go to that meeting and say that we're not categorically changing the norm. This will be a stage-by-stage reduction plan. And
санітарний регламент для шкіл, про який сьогодні говорили, ми зробили восени 2020 року. Дали час, щоб його адаптували, і сказали, він набере чинності з 1 січня 2021 року. Анонсували, що будуть нові норми і порядок на 1 вересня 2021 року. Здавалось би, прокомунікували вже скрізь, де тільки можна.
We communicated, we had tenders for 2021, and the sanitary regulation, we forgot that there's meat products, no canned or tinned food, but we have that for tenders somehow. We have the norms, we have a whole set of requests. The tenders for a year, how can we break them down for the budgetary process or during the middle of it? There are two options. It's either we punish them very strictly or give them another grace period. And in our discussions, we're taking decisions, so the grace period will last till the 1st of January, sorry. And there will be another chance, another 4 months. But after that, we will introduce very strict control, and headmasters, the school administration, it's your responsibility. The norms are really implementable considering the conditions, and the menu won't be much more expensive. It is implementable, it is doable, and it should be done in 2021. There is time, there are people who know how to do it, there are monitoring groups, there are subsidies, and we have to do it together. together to make our children's lives happier and healthier. Happy and healthy through good catering, good nutrition, no bad habits, healthy sleep. That's your contribution into making of a healthy nation. We announced it that from the 1st of September we'll have the new norms. We have to have the new norms, and if they find some kind of sausages again and start calling the hotlines, is it normal? Is it still normal? This is not normal. But don't call the ministry. And this is for you to ask the headmaster and the administration why it is not introduced, it's not implemented at this very school, at this particular school. Why this is not achieved? Why is it not delivered? And this grace period till the 1st of January, before they fully introduced, they are supposed to introduce the norms. So what if after the 1st of January they still are in breach? We have to make it work. Punishing is an extreme measure. And we would like to help. We would like to assist instead of punish him. But of course, after the 1st of January, there will be some kind of punishment. My colleague from the State Food Safety Consumer Rights Service will discuss in more detail.
I'd like to give the floor to the Minister of Education and Science, Mr. Sergei Shkarlet. We'll be talking about implementation of reform locally, how to communicate about that. We often hear that the money is allocated, the funding is going, but locally people say where to get money from, we lack financing, and the results are not satisfactory very often. Good afternoon, dear colleagues, dear First Lady. I will start as a father, the father of a child who finished the 9th grade, a father of a child who has never eaten at school. It wasn't tasted there. 7% of our children only are satisfied with the school menu, which existed before this initiative of the First Lady, before she became the driver of the reform in school catering. You know, education is not just about classical education. It's formal, informal, non-formal education allows us to develop not just the highly educated person, but the person with proper skills, and then they will teach their family and next generations to become healthy nation. That is why in May 2020, the President of Ukraine signed a decree on the national strategy of developing the safe and healthy educational environment in new Ukrainian school, and we are moving towards the goal that was set a year ago. An important victory of us is that all the heads of departments of education, colleagues, ministers, office of the First Lady of Ukraine, we all are together here. We are discussing what is forming our future. Implementation of a new school menu, implementation of the reform of school catering are the foundations of new Ukrainian school, which is to be done for the sake of having a healthy nation in the future. What are we taking care of? Well, we lack money, but we always lack money, but that's the second year when the state allocates necessary resources to implement the reform of school catering and to implement the system of useful skills which will later develop our healthy society. And these are our donors, our colleagues, our partners who are helping us. So two main issues are to modernize the kitchens. Whatever you say, that it's better to bake fish, but if you have no equipment, if you cannot do it, then you will not do it. Then also enhancing the professional skills of everyone, and that means the directors, the school teachers, and first of all, cooks, because the person who does it at a bad quality will never cook a good quality food. So then in 2020, 400 million hryvnias were allocated from the state budget, and thanks to our local authorities, 95 million more were allocated to modernize the kitchens and to procure equipment. For 2021, 1 billion is planned to be allocated, and that is to improve catering in schools. Today we'll be discussing this reform at the meeting of our commission. We have already done in more than 1,800 schools, but after the Commission finishes the review, they will report on what has been done in each region of Ukraine. What have we managed to do within these almost 2 years? We upgraded all the obsolete equipment. Some repairs in kitchens were done. Ventilation systems were upgraded. Also, the quality of drinking water was also improved, and that's part of the reform. Also, parallel to the audit that the First Lady presented, there were some weaknesses identified in the whole process of school catering. We know that to address all these problems that exist in schools and kitchens, we need to do a lot of awareness, to do many awareness campaigns. We need to explain a lot. I would like to say a couple of words about cooks. The reform of school catering is impossible without the role of cook. That is what was confirmed by Yevgen Klopotenko and his team. Well, he demonstrated, do like I do. He demonstrated that that is something possible. We signed a memorandum as to promoting the profession of cook, as to enhancing the motivation so that people want to become cooks. The standards and school curricula were upgraded. Under the memorandum, the pilot project was implemented in 2 vocational schools in Kiev. And what is important, the standard of this profession has been also upgraded, and that's a very special element in the reform of school catering. And for the money of the state budget in 7 regions, Kyiv, Lviv, Volynsk, Poltava, Rivne, Kharkiv, and in Kiev, in vocational schools, the training practical centers were organized to introduce the skills of the cook, and these were 13+ million hryvnias allocated for that. I would like to thank my colleagues, the heads of regional administrations, the directors of the departments of education and science, and I would like to draw your attention to how important organization of catering is. In different regions, this could be organized differently, but following the norms and standards is mandatory. Following the sanitary regulations is mandatory, and we need to set the example ourselves. As to the 1st of September or 1st of January, I believe that 40% of schools are ready to introduce this new program. But, as my colleague Victor Leshko said, about punishment. No, we are not about punishing. We need to explain. We need to explain why this school could do it and another school could not. From the 1st of January, everyone will move to these new standards of school catering. We know what to do, we know how to do, and we know where to go under the and that was initiated by the First Lady, and we know what the state will get from it. Thank you. We have a question to you. You announced that more than 1,800 kitchens, schools and kitchens in these schools were modernized. And for 2021, some funding was allocated. But what is the strategy? Now the representatives of different regions are here. You announced into which regions the money will go. When can we say that in every school of Ukraine we will have a modernized kitchens? I announced 6 regions in the city of Kiev, and they are introducing the educational standard of the cook for children catering. But 1 billion is what all the money allocated, and all the regions will submit to the Ministry of Education, will submit to the budgetary committee their project as to organizing this process. We will soon start our meetings, and on the website we will inform how many schools submitted such applications and how much money was received by these schools. But 40 million per region, they will be allocated for the priorities that local authorities selected. If everyone submits applications, if everyone's ready to use this money, then we can say that by the end of the year, in every school of Ukraine, there will be new kitchen modernized. We have almost 15,000 schools in Ukraine. I'm not sure that in every school there will be a new kitchen, but again, after the meeting of the Commission on the website of the Ministry, we will publish all the information about how many kitchen in different regions will receive this funding to introduce the new menu. As to the targeted use of money, when we're talking not about school catering, but about other aspects of the educational process, very often the directors go to local authorities, they submit their budgets, but the budgets are not approved. Is that the case when you receive a budget from a school? There are certain requirements, but you say, we are sorry, we have no money in our budget. Does that happen? Please raise your hands. Or are all your needs satisfied? I will correct a little bit. Then our colleagues will join us in the discussion. There's money allocated from the state budget, that's 1 billion, and that is 40 million per region. There are money from the local budgets where communities, municipalities have money and want to add this money, for example, to the reform of school catering. They submit different projects, some projects which are ready with all the documents, with all the technical requirements, the project which is ready to be implemented. There are cases, and my colleagues, ministers, heads of regional administrations, directors of educational departments, they can confirm, we often receive some projects that cannot be implemented immediately. It's better to submit, to give money for the project which is absolutely ready to be implemented. Once we're talking about the reform of catering system, then maybe they will get this money locally, and locally they will channel this money for these needs. Well, it's about the procedure of use of money, and that is what the Treasury is monitoring. I don't think that some of my colleagues could do something like that. The Treasury will not allow. So there is, the money is targeted. And the money usually go directly to the community or where they submitted their some project. So that's the subvention that goes directly to the community. Then the influence, is there clear communication? Yes, we are monitoring it all with our colleagues, with the directors of regional departments. We have meetings of almost every month. Tomorrow there will be a meeting. Today we are talking here, and I don't think that anyone will abuse that. This is our children, that's our future, that's our country in the future. Thank you. Now, there will be more discussions during your personal meetings. Sergei Shkarlet, the Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine. I would like to give the floor to Vladislava Mahaletska, Head of the State Service of Ukraine on Safety of Food Products and Protection of Consumers. We'll talk about the system of inspections. Good afternoon, dear colleagues and friends. Really, our service that I'm heading has many functions, but we also are controlling, inspecting the quality of services and quality of food products that are supplied to schools, kindergartens, and children's camps. When you see our logo, you see a shield there. We are a reliable shield for you, for your children. We protect them from dangerous food products, which sometimes we may see in our everyday life. And this tick, that is how we inspect and how we examine whether all regulations are followed. I'd like to say that in our history of the world, the old ancient Greeks believed that to die when you are 70 years old means like die in the cradle. When you go to Israel and during the birthday, you will hear how people wish that the person lives till he's 120. That's an old tradition. These indicators are normal. That's not a myth. And developing these useful skills is basically the guarantee for healthy, happy life of high quality. When a child is born, the mother's milk is not sweet or salted. when a child is small, baby is small, we do not give some sweets to a baby. Then the baby goes into the world, grows up, sees the advertisement, and they start, please buy me some candies, let's have some sausages, it's better and cheaper than having something well cooked, and we are following the way of these wrong habits. We are basically developing wrong habits in a child, and that is how it was done for us. I remember my school years. The tastiest thing there was some bun with sugar and also some sort of a drink, but maybe it looked like some good tea and croissant, but it had no vitamins in it, nothing nutritious in it. We need to have a control, but it's not to penalize someone. It's not to turn ourselves into controlling body, but we need to follow the standards just like it's done in Europe. I'm grateful to Olena Zelenska for her work. It's not when one state body is involved into the reform, but the colleagues from the ministries, the ministers, other state bodies that work next to us, they involved into a systemic work, because systemic work produces good results. I would like to share some figures so that we understand what our service is doing. During the last 6 months, till the 1st of June this year, we had more than 1,000 planned and non-planned inspections. We inspected about 5,000 suppliers of food products that are supplying food products to your schools. We inspected 452 market operators, and the number of schools that we examined were about 14,500. Another figure, the number of schools that we analyzed together with local authorities, their number is about 22,000. And we are monitoring how the system HASP is implemented, the system that ensures the quality, the safety of food products, and they follow how our children, what they eat. And we found out that 11 market operators were not registered according to the legislation. Basically, understanding this figure, that doesn't mean that one operator means one school. They do it for many schools, and that's bad statistical data. 43 market operators, they didn't have all the necessary permits. We have sent more than 440 mandatory written requirements to schools. And basically the main violations were related to not following the temperature regime. For example, we open the refrigerator, there's no cold in there.
Or, on the contrary, the temperature modes are not observed for the correct cooking procedure. Sometimes it is done somewhere in the open air or in containers which are not acceptable, on the same sex where they keep cereals, certain waste of the animals, small animals, and when you ask them where does it come from, there are no documents, there is no response to that. We had 14 companies fined 374,000 hryvnias in fines. It is very important to have the service with a great network of labs where we have the necessary research and tests. And I would like to say that after 500 inspections, we found 24 inconsistencies with the microbiological indicators. Based on the expert examination, have inconsistency, and we took 10 decisions for complete removal of that food, and sometimes even suspension of the operations to check the documents and all the operations for the catering provider. What does it mean quantifiably in kilograms and tons? Starting from the beginning of this year, we withdrew more than 2,000 tons of meat and meat products, 228 kilos of milk and dairy products, and the vegetable products 85 kilos, and fish about 76 kilos. If you trying to think about quantities, in order to prevent fermentation of milk, they add some detergent. And do you want them your children to drink them? So we would like to check all the ration at the catering section with the microbiological indicators being observed. And I can provide sometimes in cottage cheese there are no bacteria to speak of. If you ask me what kind of substance it is, I can give you a whole set of chemical elements, but not the bacteria. And I would like to draw attention to the regulations on logistics, provision of high-quality drinking water, the qualified personnel, medical examination for the personnel, and also provision for the effective procedures. This is like what the First Lady said, that is a HASP principle, as we call it, from field to fork. And how this is done, how this is prepared, and whether all the sanitary hygienic norms have been observed. I can tell you that last year, when I analyzed the figures and the trends that we had, they were of a different order. I would like to ask, thank the First Lady. And we had a very meticulous inspection. I would like to thank the government for this support. For the schools and kindergartens, I would like to dwell on the parental rights. Mr. Leshko and Mr. Scarlett, the ministers, would support me. If you as parents or you as school administrators can see some inconsistency or failure to observe the sanitary and hygienic norms that introduced in the Uniform Acts, you have to approach the headmaster, head of catering, or COE, and the CEO of the company to use this mechanism, the educational body and our service. At our service, we have this Telegram chat box and chat box. We can localize you, we can take pictures and use the online format to present the data that will help us quickly respond to this signal. We have the hotline, the territorial and the local bodies. We will be grateful to you for this feedback and for your support. I also would like to draw attention, the attention of educators present here, that information on operators of the market, suppliers of the food, the executives should be promulgated to the site of your educational institution. This information should be available. I would like to thank you. Let me conclude saying that you have a wholesome spirit and a wholesome body. So it might be painstaking, but you can see that you start a long road with a small step. So there's a will, there's a way. The most important thing for you to remember, you have the particulars, the telephone number, you can approach them and their response is immediate, especially with the materials, with the video and photo materials that you provide. We can change the situation for better, with great quality for our catering and nutrition, and also observance of all the necessary norms. Well, I would like you to be as consistent and concise as possible. We can discuss it at length, but we are limited in time. And our next speaker is Eugene Klopotenko, the author of this new school menu. Please. Well, concise is not my cup of tea. Concise, I cannot be concise. But I would like to first thank all of you for the work that we have carried out together. Without any of you, it would have been possible. I have 3 minutes. My presentation is in 2 slides. Yeah, of course, as usual. But I can use the slides very quickly, and then some words. The menu. The menu is an instrument. It's a tool. It's an implement. It used to be the case when everyone complained there was nothing. Now we have this menu, the subsidy. There's no coupon. Now you can apply for this subsidy. It's very simple. 1 year. 2,000 schools, 1 billion now, 600 schools, and 15 minus 6, it's 11,000 for another 3 years. Well, thank you very much. 3 years. And if the subnation is supported, the subsidy is supported, we'll have the equipment. The regular basis is obsolete. We have to change it. And it will be key. The control in the Telegram bot, the response is immediate. And what else? Money for catering. If you want to find the money, you will find. There's a will, there's a way, and you can do it in the same scope. Not all of you, but in the majority of cases. Well, for the children who are on diet, for the ones on diet, that's the general picture. That's the big picture. In my view, I've done all I could. We have done all we could at this stage. Now about the menu, very quickly. And we understand that we abandoned this fortnight menu or 2-week menu, because this is something that we have Thursday, fish day, and Monday is a sausage day. That's the stereotype. We abandoned the fortnight menu. We created a 2-fortnight menu. This is as bad as one can wish, and we can do it for the new norms. And this is the task, which is formidable. When I sleep, I think that somebody is discussing me and accusing me, because it took us 6 months to arrange this menu. It is balanced, and it's super modern, it's progressive. We made it comprehensive. And there are some dishes that are traditional, Ukrainian, dishes. It's diversified, but the good news is that we have less bread and more buckwheat, and now we removed the sugar and the bread, and now we have two dishes, two plates with good food, good and healthy food. And it's not just about healthy food, safe food, good catering. This you call this right, but my personal task, my mission as a person who is concerned, in addition to all those comprehensive things, we should appreciate the Ukrainian cuisine. We have to see children raised on snacks coming from nowhere in particular. So vartuta, shpundra, hamula, the traditional Ukrainian things. When you come to school to eat some shpundra, it might scare one off, and the salt is that. But even with the new smartphones, it used to be white. My dad got ready last year. But he was scared. We are scared. Always. It's not taste. It's not you like it, but there is just one way. And we have a mysterious country, Ukraine, but the norms one of the best in the world, products one the best in the world, and we adjusted those norms, those products to the things we do at the kitchens and catering centers. The stoves are not ideal. We can do the catering, the nutrition in this way. So the only thing I would like to tell you, for the people who have the right taste, stop talking about something that is not doable. And 2 grams of potatoes, and you give it 2 grams less, and that is in the way of the whole reform. I know the cooks, they're going to use the norms and then add salt in the process of cooking, but we pretend that this is not so, that the norms are bad. You have to understand that all the toolkit is available, everything is available, but you would just have to develop the will. And you'll find a way. So it's like with the pandemic, at some catering establishments, we have 86 sick children, and then the whole region has to rearrange. So let's build Ukraine. Let's make it's doable. You have to apply for the subsidy. Use the money to buy a piece of equipment for electromat. And I have 100 video recipes how to slice the carrot. That's it. And then children will get better food. But the most important thing is that they will be healthy Ukrainians. We are still active, but we should think about the posterity, for them to grow up in better conditions without corruption. And it is impossible without food. But believe me that people who know what shpundra is, hamula, minestrone, vreshchaka, bolognese, I don't think they will have the same kind of mindset that we have now. So food is the simple interest to change the society. I would like to thank the First Lady. I would like to thank the ministers. I would like to thank all the people here for the colossal work. But you have to understand that we should not stop there. Perhaps you don't know, but it is to be continued. So the sooner you start, the less pain you will experience at the later stages. Thank you very much for the 5 minutes. I'm not trespassing on your time, and you, but let's do it. Let's do it together. I'm ready. You have to take it and do it. Thank you. Thank you, Eugene, for your excellent, for your eloquent message. And now our next speaker is Laura Bill, who is in a hurry, so it is a bit out of turn. Deputy Head of UNICEF Representative Office in Ukraine. She'll discuss the strategy of communication campaign. Take your headsets if you need the interpretation.
Thank you very much, and warm welcome to everybody, and also in particular to the First Lady. It's an honor for UNICEF also to be part of this event, and I do apologize for not being physically with all of you. Unfortunately, I have some other commitments I need to attend. From UNICEF's side, obviously, we would like to commend the government and the Office of the First Lady in particular, but also the line ministries for embracing this really important reform. And I was really inspired by the words of the cook, the chief, Eugene, about let's make it. I think the time has arrived for Ukraine also to embrace this important topic. And if you look at recent studies that were done in the country, you would definitely find the evidence that school-aged children's health is going down. Basically, we find that school-aged children in particular, are becoming more and more, having more and more unhealthy eating habits, but also are less and less conducting physical activity. And as you know, this obviously has a serious impact on the health of children. And therefore, it is really important that we all together try to address this issue right now. If we look at some of the major drivers for children to eat non-healthy food or also to do less sport activity, obviously a lot has to do, as it was said previously already, through strong marketing campaigns, but also children tend to look at what their parents, their peers are doing and copying. So we really need to engage with all the different stakeholders in the society to try to address this. And this is why UNICEF also is one of the partners in this reform. And we are doing this together with the Swiss Embassy and also with the private sector in Ukraine. The way that we are engaging in the next steps of the reform is that we are looking at the perception and the practices of healthy habits with the aim to establish, obviously, new healthy eating habits as a basis for a healthy lifestyle among Ukrainians. We are, in the next few days, launching a comprehensive behavior research survey on knowledge, attitudes, practices, and beliefs. And we hope that this survey will help us to identify the main barriers and gaps in order to be able then to develop a nationwide behavior change campaign. And the main objective of this campaign obviously will be to focusing on healthy eating habits and risks of obesity among children. One of the central elements of this campaign will be an online platform that was developed just recently, which will be launched on September 1st and will be accessible for school-aged children, parents, educators, school managers, in order also to get all the information that is required on the norms, the protocols, some useful material, tips on how to go about healthy eating with children. And another point that UNICEF will then further engage will be on capacity building for educators. I think it was mentioned by previous speakers as well on the importance of making sure that educators can motivate children, but also the parents in order to change their habits. And this will be obviously done jointly with the Ministry of Education. I want to thank once again for being given this opportunity to be today with all of you. For UNICEF, obviously, when it comes to children, it's always important to engage, and we are very much looking forward to the next steps and to the results and in changing habits of Ukrainians. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо дуже.
Thank you so much, Laura Bild, the Deputy Head of the UNICEF Representative Office in Ukraine. And now we would like to invite Armir Yarparvar, the specialist on healthcare and of Regional Office of UNICEF. Please tell us about international practices.
Thank you very much. Good morning, good afternoon to everybody. Her Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, academicians, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to congratulate all of you for organizing such a timely, high-level event in Ukraine under the leadership of Her Excellency First Lady of Ukraine to address the very important subject of the health and well-being and nutrition of the school-age children. Unfortunately, we are meeting in unprecedented times. The COVID-19 pandemic had restricted many of us from traveling, so I could not be there in person, but still I have the privilege of being invited and meet you all virtually in the existing event. Next slide, please. Over the last 20 years, thanks to a powerful mix of political will, innovative programming, and scaled-up investments, countries in the globe, but also in our region, have made historic progress in improving children's nutrition and food security. Since 2000, we've managed to reduce the prevalence of child wasting by half, and also we are witnessing increasing trends in exclusive breastfeeding rates in our region. Almost all countries except one in the region have a national legislation on salt iodization. Achievement after achievement, all are showing the positive change for nutrition scale, and this shows that it's not only possible, but actually it is happening. However, as you see in the graph in the slide, the region has not made a major progress to reduce the trends of obesity. As you can see, the rates of obesity in our region since 2000 to date has not really reduced a lot. And also the average of the childhood obesity in our region is almost double the global trends. Next slide, please. When looking at the very scarce data available on nutrition of school-age children and adolescents in our region, we can see that around 13.5 million 10 to 14 years old adolescents are struggling with overweight and obesity. And this is where boys are slightly more affected than girls. But surprisingly, we almost have also 12 million of the same age group children and adolescents who are suffering from anemia. And here you can see that girls are suffering more than boys. And as you know, both of these problems can affect the productivity of the learning and education system in any country. Data on the school nutrition programs show that in our region, over 90 countries have a kind of school nutrition programs. Next slide, please. Next slide. As you can see here, based on the database from WHO, almost 90% of the countries have a kind of a school and health nutrition programs in the region. And actually it's one of the greatest performance prevalences in the whole, in the globe compared to other regions. But when we investigate further to the focus of these programs, we can see that less than half of the school nutrition programs in our region are targeting macronutrient deficiencies, while still a third of the school nutrition programs are not prioritizing childhood obesity as a problem. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yes. As you can see in this figure, presents, and one more click, please. Okay. This figure below presents the strategic framework of UNICEF programming on the nutrition in the middle childhood and adolescence. which encompasses UNICEF programming for the prevention of all forms of malnutrition among children and adolescents aged 5 to 19 years old, including undernutrition, macronutrient deficiencies, overweight, and obesity. As it's shown, UNICEF's vision is a world, and for us in a region where all children in this age group realize their rights to adequate nutrition. The goal of UNICEF programming in this age group is to protect, promote diets, practices, and services that support optimal nutrition growth and development in middle childhood and adolescence. To achieve the goal of this goal, UNICEF is focusing on 5 program priorities to prevent malnutrition in this age group. As you see in the shape, these priorities are: 1. Nutrition education in school curricula, nutritious foods in the schools and beyond, providing a healthy food environment in the schools and also beyond and around the schools. And 4th, healthy dietary practices for school-age children and adolescents. And the last one, when and where needed, macronutrient deficiency supplementations and deworming programs. Next slide, please. These program priorities articulated around double-duty intervention to prevent malnutrition in all its forms among children 5 to 19 years old. And these will be delivered and must be delivered through a system approach focusing on primarily food, education, health, social protection, and water and sanitation systems in line with the local context. And it's very important for all of us to understand that if you do want to achieve sustainable results in nutrition, we really do need to address and make each of these systems accountable to protect and promote healthy diets for the children. Next slide, please. So here I want to make an example. One of the priority areas I mentioned in my previous framework slide was on the supporting healthy food environments in and around the schools. So I want just to give you an example how different systems can achieve results for this priority. For example, education system can establish benchmarks defining healthy food environment in the schools. What is allowed, what is not allowed, and not recommended. But also it can build capacities of education system and the school and its functionalities on implementation and monitoring of standards to ensure healthy food environment in the schools, such as the school canteens, shops, and food vendors. Food systems, we can advocate with policymakers to measures to regulate sales, sponsorship, and advertisement or marketing of unhealthy food and beverages for the students. Health system can strengthen the collaboration between the two sectors, education and health, to ensure that the food environment audits and compliance with regulatory frameworks are in place. But also, it can support the Ministry of Education to run monitoring programs to assess the growth of the school-age children. And finally, wash system or water and sanitation systems can support advocating with governments to improve availability of water and sanitation and hygiene facilities in the schools, which is extremely important at the moment in the context of the pandemic, that we know how the hygiene and sanitation is extremely important. UNICEF's system approach to school, which is now activated in 7 countries in our region, aims to make 5 key systems, as mentioned above, better equipped and more accountable to deliver nutrition diets, essential nutrition services, and positive nutrition practices for school-age children and adolescents. Next slide, please. Here I would like just to perhaps quickly introduce you and one of the good examples of the school nutrition programs in the context of our region. Bosnia-Herzegovina, it's 5 years that they have established a national program called Eat Well, Grow Well, which is quite a systematic approach towards improving the nutrition of school-age children. In this program, in addition to putting in place norms and standards for school catering, there has been a major attention devoted to, first, curriculum on healthy nutrition promotion, creating a supportive environment in the schools and surroundings, upgraded school nutrition services, having a written school nutrition food and nutrition policy, and lastly, capacity building of the schools, but also school communities. Without them, the success of programs is not easy. And in terms of the steps, of course, they went through a long, lengthy process. Next slide, please. Next, please. Yeah. In terms of the steps which resulted to such a systematic work in a country like Bosnia-Herzegovina, we can refer to putting in place nutrition policy, putting in place guidelines for healthy nutrition students, assessment criteria in place, both for the effectiveness of the program, but also for promotion of the healthy nutrition education in the schools. There has been a pilot phase on modeling and later on scaling up of the program to all the schools beyond the primary schools in the whole country. Unfortunately, the current pandemic has not done anything good to this picture. It is expected that physical distancing, school closure, lockdowns, that all has taken toll on student access to nutritious diets, the needed services, but also the required routine physical activity. Hence, risk of overweight and obesity could have potentially been increased because of the pandemic. But COVID-19 pandemic should be a catalyst for progress so that no child is left behind. This is not a time to lower our collective ambition. Hence, we need to accelerate our efforts to offer comprehensive, safe, effective, while efficient programs to promote the nutrition of school-age children and adolescents, where school-based programs can play a key role. Next, which is also my last slide, please. And this is all about the lessons learned from the 7 countries in our region that are implementing these initiatives. First of all, multi-system work is extremely essential to ensure that we may achieve sustainable results, specifically when it comes to the nutrition of school-age children. Second, we should have continuity across life cycle. We should start earlier, and we should continue to the end. So, as early as possible from the kindergartens, this program could be started and could continue later on to the high school. Holistic approach to school age beyond only having schools, but also bringing in families, communities, business sector, and social media. When it comes to adolescents, it's extremely important to involve themselves to design, themselves in design of these programs. Fifth, consider dimensions around equity. There are often tendency for countries to zoom on big cities where often the access to healthy diet is easier. But the remote areas, but also the districts that they might be less deprived could be neglected. So it's extremely important to have the equity lens as the school nutrition programs are considered one of the social protection programs as well. And the last, to forecast robust monitoring and impact evaluation from the beginning, because anytime you would want to secure sustainability of the financial resources for such beautiful programs, it's extremely important to show impacts. Lastly, in a world living with COVID-19 and increasing inequities, we look forward to working with governments and our partners to advance the nutrition of school-age children and adolescents. With such high-level political commitment that I have witnessed in Ukraine, which is extremely surprising, that has been the exemplary in a region, and the available expertise that you have in a country with all educated personnel in different sectors, the school nutrition program in Ukraine will definitely undergo a marvelous development which will benefit millions of the children and adolescents in your country. So this is a great moment for you to be congratulated and also to celebrate this achievement. Once again, thanks for this opportunity for UNICEF, the country office, but also the regional office, and I wish you all excellent, productive deliberations and look forward to our renewed partnership on this matter in the region and in Ukraine for future. Thank you very much.
Дякуємо, Амір Яр-Парвар. Ну, а далі...
Excellent, Amir. Thank you for an excellent presentation. Now, our next speaker is Clotilde the ambassador of Switzerland. And sorry for trespassing on the time, but we had to rearrange the list of our speakers. Your Excellency, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator. Please cut me after 5 minutes so that I don't abuse the time. It's a big honor, Madam First Lady, ministers, dear speakers, Ukrainians. It's a great honor for the Swiss embassy and for me personally to participate in this forum and to engage in a topic which is so important, and especially because it's about the youth of Ukraine, which is also the future of Ukraine. And why I'm sitting here as ambassador of Switzerland in this Ukrainian panel, together also with UNICEF. As you know, Switzerland is a long-standing partner of Ukraine. We are the 5th bilateral donor with public money, and we are the 5th investor with private money. We are supporting the reform program of Ukraine in general so that this European country can function as an economy and as a society with European standards. And the school nutrition reform is a reform of particular importance because it is about youth, about education, and about health. And it is under the leadership of the First Lady and the 2 ministers here and other authorities. It is framed in an inclusive way, which is the right way to go about reforms. Reforms don't happen in silos. They happen as a phenomenon which is transversal. And so I'm very proud that my country can partner with the 2 ministries under the leadership of the First Lady and together with UNICEF in this reform. We are giving financial support, but we are also implementing 3 projects, which if I have time, I will just briefly come to it. But I would like to just remind us, I'm also sitting here as the First Lady, I'm also a parent of young adults, 25 and 27 years of age, and actually they teach me about healthy nutrition because I'm not very good at it. I have a lot of this bias that the Minister of Health has said we should get away, and it is my children who got this knowledge in school that now live their life healthy and correct their father, and I think it's a good thing. Responsible school nutrition is not only about filling the stomachs of the children at the lowest price. It is about giving vitality to the body and the brain of the children. Vitality. But this vitality, and we know it, can only be obtained with healthy and diversified food. Unhealthy food might fill the stomach, but it leads de facto, and we have a specialist here who can correct me, but it leads de facto unhealthy food to denutrition of the body, which the brain will want to correct by instructing the body to stock sugar and fat. And this perverse mechanism, which is induced by unhealthy food habits, is a highway for people to develop heart disease, diabetes, obesity, and different other forms of non-communicable diseases. So the money that we think we save by procuring cheap, unhealthy food for school children is spent later on tenfold higher on health care. Indeed, it is sad. It's a sad reality, not only in Ukraine, but in most of the country that have to work on bringing a culture of healthy food. It's a sad reality to know that many children will develop non-communicable diseases because of bad nutrition habit and unhealthy diet. It is to combat this vicious circle that the Ukrainian leaders in education and health, together with the managers of food procurement for schools, must come together to reform the system. Now, we all know that there are huge amounts of money involved in the food procurement business for schools. Some economic actors will lose from if the system changes, and they will resist the change. But other more responsible actors will win, and above all, the well-being of the body and mind of Ukrainian school children will be the direct beneficiary, and that should be the main concern, because it is the vitality of the next Ukrainian generation that is at stake, and I cannot see a better investment than that, frankly. In my view, to succeed in this reform, the reform needs three major ingredients. First, and you said it, others said it, strong political will to reform the school nutrition system. Leadership, and I think this project has this leadership in the presence of the first ladies and of the ministers and leaders of authorities that are present here. The second ingredient is courage. We need courage at all levels to implement school food procurement not only on the criteria of the lowest price, but on a diversity of criteria that should include quality nutrition factor of the food, proximity production of the food, inclusion of organic food in the choice of menus, and price of food. Price of food is one of several elements, but with price of food only and the cheapest food only, we will not achieve healthy nutrition that gives vitality to the school children. The third ingredient is the necessity to implement the reform through an inclusive approach where school children's teacher and parents play an active part in the change of the paradigm. Now, let me say maybe one word. I mean, I will not go through the details of the projects we implement. One of the projects is with you, by the way. So we are really into the things that happen in the school. But I would like just to say a word why we believe that organic food should be made available on the table for school children in education institutions. Switzerland supports the development of the organic sector in Ukraine, and Ukraine is already the second worldwide largest exporter of organic products to the EU. So you said it, the products are here. Domestic market and local consumption of healthy organic products in Ukraine is also growing, and the availability of organic products is steadily increasing. This is why organic products should appear in school nutrition as well. They should be part of it as a first step. And public procurement mechanisms should be adapted to consider organic products selection. We, Switzerland, will not just talk about it, we will do it with a pilot project to experiment this vision in some selected school, and hopefully we can present the results. And now let me conclude with some phrase which I read. I don't remember the author, but I think it applies to a healthy nutrition. I like it very much. Is the further away you are from nature, the closer you are from mistake. I think this also applies to food. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Ambassador of Switzerland in Ukraine and Moldova, to Ukraine and Moldova. Thank you very much. We have discussed healthy food at length, and I would like this to be summarized by head of the Association of Dietologists of Ukraine, Oleg Shvets.
I will try to avoid repetitions to save time, but really what Mr. Ambassador said, we've heard a lot about what is political will, but we've never seen the results, at least in the sphere of public nutrition. I've been working in this sector for 20 years. And a year ago, when we, with the colleagues from the Ministry of Education, Science and the Ministry of Public Health, when we discussed the issues of requirements to food products, I did not believe that in a year we'll be where we are now. And now what Evgen said, we have the best preconditions for launch of reform, and thanks to political will, this doesn't happen otherwise anywhere, neither in Ukraine, nor in Switzerland, nor in other countries. And Mrs. Zelenska and Mr. Leshko did a lot for that, and a lot will depend on political will. But we need to understand that we're still just in the beginning, and we have problems at the regional level. Many children have low physical activity and bad food, but unfortunately, Ukrainian children do not consume a lot of fruit and vegetables. And when children grow up, as to fruit and berries, they consume them less than the preschool children. When they become freer, they buy some products which are not so useful for health. And in school, instead of selecting something tasty which is offered in school, they would buy some non-healthy alternative products. We understand that all these figures that we see in Europe, 1 of 3 children have obesity, but we cannot say that situation is better here. If the statistical data show that more than 50% of the adult population in Europe are overweight or have obesity, in Ukraine it's 60+% of the population. We had some preconditions for changes back in 2004 when previous norms were approved by the resolution. These norms were obsolete even then because they did not meet all the recommendations. They did not satisfy all the recommendations of the World Health Organization. We were trying together with our colleagues from the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Education, to generalize the best practices existing in Europe. And we appreciate that we've been heard, and maybe that will be happening stage by stage, but in Ukrainian school we'll have one of the best regulatory bases for organizing catering. When we're talking about the reform of school catering, that's a low-hanging fruit which is easy to pick up. That's a very important reform. But there are other things. We're talking about prohibition of trans fats. We're talking about prohibition of the advertisement of unhealthy food and about additional taxation of such unhealthy food. So all those who are there in the parliament, the draft law has been registered there, and the draft law is to be passed, and then we'll be able to save $1.5 billion in the budget, and will save many lives. Thank you. Oleg Shvets had summed up all our discussion. So there are instruments now. We have motivation, but a lot of work is ahead, because the most valuable thing is the health of our children. We should have a healthy nation in the future. We would like to thank the First Lady, Olena Zelenska, who has taken it under her control, and she will continue to control it. And we will continue to talk about successes and reform. Thank you, all the speakers. Thank you all, and we invite you to talk to the media. And soon we'll be talking about New Ukrainian School as a space for health.
Здоров'я людини залежить від багатьох факторів, від спадковості, від стану довкілля, від рівня медицини. І на цілих 60%, за даними ВООЗ, здоров'я людини залежить від способу життя, від сну, харчування, ранкової гімнастики чи вечірньої пробіжки. Усе це і складає наше «я» і фізично, і ментально. Як держава дбає про здоров'я нації? Дізнайся на всеукраїнському форумі «Україна-30». Яскравими, смачними і корисними. Із 1 вересня такими стравами годуватимуть школярів у їдальнях. Перша леді України Олена Зеленська презентувала нову систему здорового харчування у школах. Меню розраховано на 4 тижні. Містить 160 страв. Передбачає включення до раціону більшої кількості овочів, фруктів і м'яса, а також дієтичні страви. Дітям готуватимуть популярні страви різних кухонь світу. На тепер нове шкільне меню доступне на сайті МОЗ. Невдовзі в Україні з'явиться інформаційна платформа про здорове харчування. Програму «Здорова Україна» ініціював президент Володимир Зеленський. І вона стимулюватиме українців до здорового способу життя, а з іншого боку – розвиватиме інфраструктуру. Для дітей і підлітків – концепція здорової школи, а для дорослих – спорт просто неба. Людей старших за 55 років заохочуватимуть перевіряти стан свого здоров'я. Пенсіонери безплатно отримуватимуть від держави вітаміни для зміцнення імунітету. Упроваджуватимуть програму «Здорова Україна» Міністерство охорони здоров'я, Міністерство молоді та спорту і Міністерство освіти і науки.
Це Всеукраїнський форум «Україна-30», і ми зараз перебуваємо в експозоні поруч із основною залою, де відбуваються наші події. І тут ми на локації Paris Match Foundation і проєкту «Спорт для всіх», а це дуже важливі такі інклюзивні проєкти і припинення дискримінації. Розкажіть більш докладно про ті програми щодо протидії дискримінації.
Ну, ви знаєте, що сьогодні це дуже важливо робити все для того, щоб ми ці цінності, які сьогодні ми говоримо, вони втілилися в життя. І ми впевнені, що питання безбар'єрності, вони дуже важливі сьогодні в суспільстві. І безпосередньо на це звернули увагу і представники влади, і громадськості, і суспільства в цілому. Тому що ми повинні створити умови для розвитку кожного громадянина, незалежно від того, яким він є сьогодні. І тому ми кажемо, що сьогодні наш проєкт каже «Стоп дискримінація». Це в першу чергу і в спорті, що спортом може займатися люба сьогодні людина.
Ми вже знаємо про те, що насправді, коли відбувається після Олімпіада, Паралімпіада, у нас часто наші паралімпійці приносять величезну кількість міжнародних нагород, це зрозуміло, але це спорт високих досягнень. Щодо популярного спорту, фізичної культури?
Справа в тому, що про це ми говоримо, і дуже важливо,
воркаут, майданчик.
І дуже важливо, що сьогодні державна стратегія на розвиток безбар'єрності простору до 30-го року, це якраз і говорить про те, що ми повинні створити в першу чергу умови для наших дітей займатися спортом, що кожна молода людина, вона повинна мати можливості, мати інфраструктуру. І тому дуже важливо сьогодні співпраця між державою, між громадським сектором і в першу чергу соціально відповідальним також бізнесом, які повинні разом вирішувати цю головну ідею.
А що зараз першочергове щодо кроків і те, що робить зараз фундація для цього?
Ну, по-перше, у нас є кілька програм, пов'язаних з цими напрямками, але я впевнений, що це повинен бути рух цілого суспільства і багатьох таких організацій, як і ми. І тоді, коли є державні кроки, про які ми сьогодні говоримо, і є соціально відповідальний бізнес і суспільство в особах таких громадських організацій, наприклад, як ми, то ми впевнені, що пройде не дуже багато часу, коли кожна молода людина зможе займатися спортом.
Дякуємо вам. Я нагадаю, що в рамках Всеукраїнського форуму «Україна-30» ми розповідаємо про ініціативи здорової України. І ті, хто вчора дивилися нашу презентацію, точніше після виступу президента, ми були на локації для воркауту. І мають з'явитися тисячі таких подібних майданчиків по всій Україні. Але вже ці нові майданчики, вони пристосовані для людей, як правильно сказати, маломобільних людей, яким є певні особливості щодо пересування, які варто враховувати. Дякуємо вам за розповідь, а ми ще не раз включимося із нашої експозони Всеукраїнського форуму «Україна-30». Я нагадаю, що зовсім скоро ви зможете побачити прес-конференцію учасників наших дискусійних панелей, а потім ми поговоримо уже про ініціативу «Нова українська школа. Простір здоров'я» і поговоримо про модель здорової школи, індекс здоров'я школи і медичні служби закладів освіти. Що буде із тими медичними пунктами, які завжди були у великих, принаймні, школах? Чи вони залишаться і які фахівці у них працюватимуть? Усе це на форумі «Україна-30» буквально за кілька хвилин на основній сцені. Це Всеукраїнський форум «Україна-30». Ми повертаємося до основної зали із нашими дискусіями. Нова українська школа як простір здоров'я. Про все це далі будемо говорити. Експерти вже на нашій сцені. Я передаю мікрофон модератору.
Experts are here. The moderator is the co-chair of the organization Parents SOS, Elena Parfenova. Good afternoon. I'm happy to see you all. Our discussion is about New Ukrainian School. New Ukrainian School is the request of the society. It's a key reform in Ukraine. The main objective is to create the school where it will be enjoyable for a child to study, where a child will feel how the individuality is taken into account. New Ukrainian School is the school where children like to go. They gain practical skills there and they learn how to study. That's first of all the safe and healthy environment. It's children, parents, and teachers are united by one aim for the sake of children. But these are our dreams, our aim, our aspirations, but we do have the heritage of the totalitarian past, and we can say that we have bullying in our schools. We have to be open, and we need to tell that the new Ukrainian school lacks trust of the society. And we recognize the problems, but in May of last year, the national strategy of creating safe and secure environment and healthy environment in new Ukrainian school was set up. And I see that that document, which is not just on paper, it's a document which is acting as together with the World Health Organization, Ministry of Education, Ministry of Health of Ukraine, with the support of international partners, we have many instruments for medical workers and educationists. We have tested this project in 5 regions of Ukraine and the city of Kiev. We have such a new notion, which is Index of the Health of School. Today we'll be talking about the model of a healthy school, Index of Healthy School. Medical services, we'll be talking to our speakers, Artur Seletsky, the deputy head of the Deputy Minister of Education of Ukraine, Vadim Stetsenko, head of the Committee on Physical Education and Sports, also Daria Hresemchuk, the ombudsman on children, Irina Skorbun, coordinator of Ukrainian-Swiss project Act for the Sake of Health, Valentina Poltarak, manager of Swiss-Ukrainian project Decide, and Bogdana Senchenko, deputy director of Dominanta Educational Complex, and they will talk about practical implementation of these initiatives. Artur, I would like to ask you the first question. The Ministry of Education is the main coach which defines the strategy of game, because the Ministry of Education develops the whole educational policy, and I know that in February this year, there were recommendations passed as to physical education of school children till 2025 passed, and these recommendations are quite global. The objective is ambitious, to create a new model of motivation of school children. And I would like to ask you what has been done, what's planned. And I know that you are the person in the Ministry of Education who's responsible for digital transformation. I cannot but ask you, what are the digital platforms to support the healthy way of life? Thank you for your questions. Good afternoon, dear colleagues and friends. We do have problems now, and even more problems we have because of pandemic. In 2019, these issues of the health of children has become of paramount importance. And the Ministry of Education is supporting the development of sports. That's one of the strategic directions. And it's divided into 2 things. First is physical training, and students and school children's sports. As to physical training, there are many sports events organized. The module sports are developed in schools. There are now new modules. The main one is on baseball, and we do a lot of work outside of school. When lockdown started, it was a big challenge for Ukraine, for all our children, for parents. When our children started spending more time at home, they were in gadgets, and what I see, I look at my daughters, one is finishing the school, another one finished the 6th grade, and what the teachers of physical training were doing was unrealistic. When I hear that some music starts and I enter the room and daughters jumping and moving, and I see that the teacher's doing it, it was great. In times of pandemic, these new innovational classes, they help to develop the physical activity. Now we are implementing a new thing as e-sport, and we mean that it should be very active. You shouldn't be just playing some game, you should be trying to become a winner. Also, we have some sport competitions for school children and students, and they are Ukrainian and international, and these are winter and summer competitions, national, European, world championships, and there are school leagues, students' leagues where our children participate and compete. And in 2020, there were no opportunities to organize any competitions. Everyone stayed at home, and even some professional tournaments like Euro 2020, it's being held now in 2021. So let's look at 2019, when we had 437 events, and there were more than 500,000 participants. And within these few months, we organized already 179 competitions, and 411,000 students participated in them. We have done almost what we have done in 2019. Our plans are ambitious. We want to organize about 500 events, so that 1,200,000 students participate. Now, talking about digital platforms, I would like to thank our partners who you see on the screen. Their social responsibility, business activity helps to implement such projects as educational platform on physical culture. I would like to thank our partner that they support us in this project, and in autumn they will provide recommendations for the PT teachers. This is an interagency platform. We'll be cooperating with the Ministry of Sports, and the calendar of our competitions will be coordinated with the calendar of the Ministry of Sports. We will have the students' profile, which will show achievements in sports, not just in school, in different subjects. Another partner, SoftServe, and together with them we work on the information portal, and that is also a very powerful platform. People say that school is to be blamed, that our children do not move enough, but we need to have socially responsible parents who would encourage children to go in for sports. And this platform will allow our parents not to look into Google and trying to find some activities, but they will go to one platform and they will be able to choose. For example, my child wants to go in for basketball. I select the town Rivne, then basketball, and I see all the places where I can take my child to go in for basketball. Also, my colleagues told this the instrument of assessment for schools' index of health. It's a powerful instrument, so it allows us to see what's the situation in our schools. We will not just be asking teachers and directors, but also parents and children are involved there. We talked a lot about the reform of school catering, and we are developing this platform, which in September, I hope, will be available. A lot is being done, but it's not just the Ministry of Education or Sports Committee or social business have to get involved into this work, but parents as well have to be responsible. Because first of all, parents, these are your children. I go in for sports with my daughters, and twice a week we just go, and now we play tennis ball. I used to play basketball and baseball, and my daughters in some other type of sport, and we are involved into the development of our children. And I invite all parents to get involved into the development of our children. The school cannot be like a storage where you take your child at 8 in the morning and at 4 p.m. you take the child out of it. Vadim, I feel that you are a person who knows everything about PT classes in school. Talking about some jokes, most jokes are about PT teacher, but physical activity is not as optimistic as we would like it to see. According to the recommendation of the WHO, the physical activity should be minimum 60 minutes a day, and 80% of teenagers don't have this activity in the world, according to the survey made by experts. I would like to ask you, what could the school do so that there's more physical activity, that these are not just 3 PT lessons a week? How could parents push school into into introducing some new things? Thank you. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. And the question is correct. And my topic is about the physical activity as the component of healthy school environment. And it is a priority for us to attract school children to physical activities. And we do it using different instruments. I will start from massive activities. Last year we had this pandemic and we could not organize any events. And we started attracting our youth via online activities. We had different flash mobs, challenges, and we prepared some physical exercises which people could practice at home during the pandemic. So this year we started some massive events, and on the 8th of June we organized on the territory all over Ukraine, in every region, in every school, we had some activities. You can see that here. The central city was Zhytomyr. 30,000 school children participated in this all over Ukraine. In Zhytomyr, they all participated in a race for 1 kilometer. Then they presented different official sports and activities that youth like. Also, the participants of the competitions could see how it's happening in other regions. We organized the TV bridge. It was cool. 300,000 school children were involved into these activities all over Ukraine. More and more youth gets involved into such activities. E-sport is very important. We understand that many children play different games in computers and gadgets, but we organize Ukrainian e-sports games, and we combine them with physical activity. That's the project that we offered to the Federation of School Sports, and we want to we want children to understand if you want to be a cool gamer, you have to be healthy. We also organized an international ISF e-sport in Ukraine with participation of 55 students from 5 countries. And last year, again, we organized online activity. The president of the International Federation of Sport says that it's a great idea to combine these things. And online, we demonstrated to participants what exercises they can do. We prepared the video, and that was basically based on different computer games. And we showed how different activities could be organized. This year, in November, we plan to organize offline international event which would combine cyber sports with physical activities. Also, Artur Seletsky mentioned these PT lessons, and the ministry approved the module which include different sports which could be used during the PT lessons. It would be interesting for students to learn different sports. It would be of interest, and in the future, this makes children want to get into one of the sports. Also, we developed a project which is called Cool Games, School Games. Cool Games, where you don't need to have any special training. All children can participate in this competition. There were 100,000 students who participated in this project. Every school can come to the finals. The PT teachers are motivated to work with children because they represent their school, their region. Also, the gender issues are addressed here. Equal number of girls and boys are participating in such races. The winners participate in the global Cool Games, which organized as well. Also, the winners of Cool Games can represent our country at different sports events which are organized by the International Federation of School Sports. It's very important to use physical activity during other lessons. We're developing some video so that at other lessons you can use these forms of sports competitions, like divide the class for 2 teams and put a puzzle together, or that could be of interest for children, and children would participate in such competitions. Also, intervals could be used for physical activities. In the result of these events, within the last 2 years, we increased the number of school children who got involved into these activities. Student sport is very important. It is important to open clubs so the children can go in for some sports, and also we're cooperating with the children's sports schools, and that is to train children who in the future can represent our country in different international competitions. We organize Ukrainian competitions of school league, the championship of Ukraine among school children, the beach games, and the winners, school children, can participate then in global world championships and different types of games and competitions. Ukraine set the first position at the latest Gymnasiada, and our objective is to explain to every school child that the physical activity is something cool and in fashion. In the result, we will have a healthy generation, and the image of our country will grow in the world. Thank you. I personally would like to thank you that you emphasized how important it is to move during intervals. I hope that all teachers hear you, and there will be more physical activity in schools from the 1st of September. Vladislav, I'm sorry, I did not introduce you correctly. I want to introduce you now correctly. Vladislav Zbanatsky, Deputy General Director of the Center of Public Health of the Ministry of Health of Ukraine. And we'll be talking about medical service in educational institutions. We understand that this is something the school cannot exist without, but in most cases, people believe that medical service is certificates about vaccination or other certificates, but we understand that the school is a living organism. Many children, adults are there, and the school cannot cope without a medical worker. But what are the main tasks of the medical service in your Ukrainian school? And the second question, maybe the state in its plans has among the plans organization of courses for teachers of pre-medical assistance. Well, basically, we have a very good regulations of providing this type of assistance. We have 6 laws, we have 2 bylaws, some resolutions of the Cabinet of Ministers, of the Ministry of Education based on the modern understanding of this issue. Because 4 million children from 6 to 16 or 18, from 6 to 17, spend 6 hours a day in school, and the school should be a place where they could gain all the skills of healthy life, the skills and the new knowledge which will help them in their future life. And the school should ensure a safe environment for that. Does that happen? That is what we are discussing. Now we understand that children of school age, unfortunately, are not healthy, and there are different factors that do not improve their health. Several slides will show that almost 15,000 cases of children's obesity is registered every year. Only 20% of children are involved in physical activity. Every 5th child in school tried to smoke. Well, not at school, but at school age. Every 20th is smoking. The teenagers of 13 and 15 every day consume electronic cigarettes. There are many things on which physical activity could influence. A lot of children go to bed later than midnight. 40% go to bed later than midnight during the weekend. Talking about alcohol, 40% of school children had an experience of consuming alcohol. They start consuming from 10 years of age. Basically, 22% of them have this experience of consumption. That is like addiction. Talking about mental health, children do not have any incentive to healthy life. 22% of 11-year-olds feel are depressed, and if we are talking about such things as awareness of own health literacy, 30% of those who have sexual experience do not use condoms. Only 12% know how to prevent HIV. And you know where they take the information from? They take it not from teachers, not from parents. 58% of information about sexual life they get from internet. Well, I will not tell you about the rest of 42%. That's also a disputable issue. 40% of girls and 28% of girls have sexual experience before they are 15 years of age. And there are 1.2% of giving birth, and we see that 38% of children become victims of bullying, and 21% of children recognize that they were acting, they were bullying their peers, and also talking about sexually transmitted diseases and the knowledge about them. Again, the situation is awful. And why is that the case? There are many factors that affect it. One of them is medical service. It shouldn't be concentrated just on providing medical assistance and organizing examinations and vaccinations. Also, there should be two more things, like monitoring of the health and factors which influence the health, and also prevention, which is so important in school. We don't see that, unfortunately. I'm a father of a 10-year-old girl. She attends school, and I cannot say that it's all organized there. And that's a challenge. It's good that now we have the chance to discuss it. Who provides this medical assistance? It's either a nurse or some medical institution which is located next to school, or maybe some physical person, entrepreneur who has a license and can provide such a service. Talking about the quality of such a service, from medical nurse and from legal entity that gets money for that. There's a big question. Who should ask this question? Parents and administration. But we see that there's lack of education. And even if school or parents can hire a medical worker, well, we are considering such an option as introducing the position of a medical nurse responsible for public health, but this nurse should learn the principles of motivational consulting, the analysis of environment, whether there's enough lighting in the classroom, whether children have enough rest, and so on. And she has to cooperate with both parents and administration. Also, we are talking about providing medical assistance. Every year you can recollect some cases when a child died at the PT lesson or just died in the classroom, and no one could render some medical assistance before the ambulance arrives. We lose valuable minutes. And what is important to include into the programs and curricula for teachers, and not just for teachers, these situations could happen anywhere. If there's no teacher, maybe some technical worker next to a child, but what is important is that they know how to render medical assistance so that we do not lose children's lives because of such simple things which could be done. I will not. Well, I believe that, well, if you have questions, I will answer your questions, but I hope that such platforms allow us to help us move forward. The parents' community will address you, because it's very important to understand the problem, to understand what the reaction could be. Thank you for your position. Irina. We'll be talking about the index of schools' health. It's a new terminology for Ukrainian schools. I would like to request you to tell us about what is this index about, what it gives to schools, what could be beneficial after the index is introduced. Good afternoon, thank you for the question. It's quite an interesting initiative, but before we start more detailed discussion, I would like to request to demonstrate a video that illustrates the model of a healthy school. And then we'll understand better what we are talking about when we are talking about healthy educational space. School is 11 years of life and impact on health, mental health and intellect. The model of healthy school is a systemic approach which helps your educational institution into the territory of health. The whole team should work together. Educational space is safe and inclusive. And here the teachers learn how to take care of their health and health of others. PT lessons are encouraging, and the whole atmosphere encourages games and healthy way of life. The canteen offers healthy food. Medical worker helps children to take care of themselves and helps those who have problems with health. School psychologists supports in difficult situations. Teachers have a healthy way of life and are open for knowledge, and family and community are partners and participants of the school space. That's what you can do in your school. Learn more about the model of healthy school.
Well, dear colleagues, and the model of healthy school and the instruments that help introduce this are first of all there to help fight the factors or at least reduce the harm that leads to infectious diseases, non-infectious diseases. These are diseases which are chronic, they are not contagious, you cannot be infected with them. Their progression is quite slow, but they last for a long time. There are 4 groups. This is cardiovascular, oncological, respiratory, and diabetes mellitus. And of course, this is what creates the biggest load for the healthcare system, and well, the reason why you can argue that children have no such diseases at their age, but they form habits, and the habits then consequently end up causing the diseases I mentioned, smoking, alcohol, and unhealthy lifestyle. So healthy school is a model, not just a set of premises or precepts. This is something to overcome the risk, because we influence their minimization. We do that when this is most effective at an early stage, in young age, and coming back to the model of healthy school and the instruments that help implement it under this Ukrainian-Swiss project, Aid for Health, and the project together with WHO, supported by Swiss Confederation. We developed certain instruments and tested them at our Ukrainian schools. Well, they are the ones helping form this general kind of healthy landscape or environment for schools specifically. Let me now discuss what is proposed by the project and the instruments. The highest number of schools, not just introducing this model and implement the component at maximum. First of all, this is healthy learning environment, physically speaking, and also the precepts, the policies, the culture, the ethos, which is very important for development of such grounds, joint policy, common policy, because this helps everyone be on the same page as regards understanding, appreciation, starting with the teachers, educators, technical personnel to preserve children's health, and this is true for everyone, even a school bus driver, maybe first of all a school bus driver. This is also methodological support for educators, those who deal with children, adolescents, of wellness and biology, as it is called, and this is very difficult for teachers to win children's attention, competing with TikTok and some very smart and very concise formats, but still we are sure that it is very good to have such techniques to work with the children, and some of them are already developed and offered by teachers. Now, to support healthy food and healthy catering, it is very important under the project, together with our partners from Здоров'Бут NGO, Eugene Klopotenko's team, we will arrange teaching for teachers and cooks to work according to the new rules and the new menu. It is very interesting now about exercise and exercising. In addition to what my colleagues have already discussed before, based on the performance evaluation results for healthy catering, healthy food, the highest rating belongs to the educational institutions and programs where we have two components intertwined, We cannot fight obesity just with healthy food. Exercise, physical training, as we call it, physical culture, sports, creation of favorable and conducive environment. It depends, of course, on the culture of the educational institution. You can change the dress code. You can say that this is better for your exercise. People can feel free to keep going when teaching, and out of the doors it depends on the leadership. And let me demonstrate a very simple example as to how we can explain the principles of healthy nutrition for children, adults, professionals like teachers. This is a healthy plate for our everyday ration, and half of this plate, you can see, is full of vegetable and fruit and vegetable, and then very useful grains, and that's 1/4, and also vegetable and animal protein. And now the competence, this is for what Vladislav discussed with us under this project we developed together with the Lviv Medical College. We introduced the courses where we can get these practical skills and more involvement to become champions of healthy lifestyles among the children, because medical workers should not be diminished in their role. And I would like to say that it is important for the medical workers to have some experience with the children, unfortunately, already in some chronic condition like diabetes, allergy, or epilepsy. And especially those children with special needs. And I hope that the inclusiveness of education will engage more and more of them. Well, thank you very much. Just one remark, one slide that you requested. This is something that can provide every education institution with the measuring tools according to this self-evaluation model, and you can plan for that. But also it is very important, even more important, to engage all the people. And of course, this is very important, and we are here working for health. One example that you provided us with the convenient clothing, comfortable clothing, and Vladimir Zelensky actually issued a decree that abandoned the school uniform. And the school uniform cannot provide for any kind of freedom of movement, comfort for that matter. Let's discuss the secrets of creation of a new school for a new community and the way you see it. What's the secret, in your opinion? How can we make this new school
Дякую за запитання, колеги. Дуже рада всіх вітати. Власне, проєкт, який я представляю, він називається «Decide», розвиток демократичної освіти в Україні, розвиток громад. Це саме ті питання, якими ми сьогодні займаємося. І, власне кажучи, наш проєкт, він проводить для громад спеціальні навчання, проводить спеціальні
it's those communities we can see that healthy environment, safe environment cannot be formed just by schools alone, because children leave schools at some point inevitably, and they can see different models in their families and the surrounding and behavior of the adults whom they meet, and it is not just for school, it's for we are ready for engagement of such stakeholders, for them to contribute to this safe and healthy learning environment or educational environment. And this is Swiss experience. From Swiss experience, we can say that safe environment, healthy lifestyles can be only funded and supported and maintained by communities, but by big groups of people. And you can see Zurich Canton, this is the Niederweddingen community. They created a network of education institutions. This community is not very rich. This is about average. It's a community next to Zurich, a big city, so they cannot claim big financial resources. But in cooperation and joint work, they managed to create this healthy learning environment. You can see that in the pictures. And as a catalyst for this is this is the custodian council. They manage different schools. And based on this, they had public hearings supervised by this Guardian Council Fiduciary Board. And they in such way managed their schools. What is interesting there for Ukraine to borrow? One was right saying that we have a new Ukrainian school, but also a new Ukrainian community. You know that after the local elections, last local elections, we had conclusion of the administrative and territorial reforms. All the villages and towns belong to some communities officially, and that means that the local budget, local community principally sponsor the safe and healthy environment. It's very important to work with the communities. That makes our project special. But I would like to discuss specific activities. We have this big national campaign. We launched it in December 2020. It is called and the A to Z education for communities. I'm sure that your colleagues have already joined our webinars over a score of national experts, over 2 scores online sessions, and they are creating capable communities that can change education, the management of education, approach to education and educational environment. In our view, it is very important for the educational institutions, for the communities to develop. We are very active also in the reform of catering and nutrition. We think that local educational department have to take care of that. And supporting the reform, we also planned a host of activities. We support development of the information portal. Have discussed it at length today, and this is the portal on nutrition reform. And we're developing the materials for the managers of education. Along the lines of this reform, the government developed a lot of amendments to the legislation, very timely, very necessary for the period. But we have to provide advice. We have to explain to managers what they're supposed to do, talk to managers of schools, and those were the first steps, together with the Ministry of Education and Science, together with the Prozoro and the State Food Safety and Consumer Rights Service for high-quality procurement. It should be done quality. And the second guide on HASP system. And these are the things that are of concern for the managers. And now in this side, we have 12 webinars deciding new aim, and there are also some materials. It has been viewed by over 100,000 educators. We think it is a great success, and we are happy that this format in The Q&A format is very good and effective. For educators and administrators in education, and it is a good answer to the set of questions that we have. Now, together with UNICEF Act for Health, we will have the research of behavior, and there are many surveys that have been mentioned. We would like to have a poll. The educators should answer this question as to what they need, what should be effectively introduced, what should be facilitated and seamless and painless. So there are many activities, so you are invited, local communities, administrators of education. We can help you, and we are ready to do that. We have to say that this is very important. Bogdana, you participated in implementation of the program. What have you done? Can you share with us the results? Or this is Bogdana Senchenko from Dominant. So healthy schools, the experience of implementation. Thank you very much for your question. I would like to say that health and care, health and life are the biggest gifts. But at the same token, it's a function of the school system. Health of your children is the source of happiness for parents, teachers, and society. For Ukraine, the biggest problem related to the future of this country is health status of children and young adolescents. So we have to provide for harmonious development of psychological and physical facilities. For many years, we've had state-of-the-art education institutions called Novator, Innovator, and the holding Dominant. It's along the lines of the concept of a healthy school. For healthy and happy schools, we're the school of the future. We are there to provide whole health. Dominant created conditions for comprehensive development of our children. We understand that educational environment educates them in the most effective fashion, so we have to provide for observance of all the center norms in the learning environment, creation of a healthy psychological environment in classrooms and generally at schools. This is about healthy lifestyles. We introduced healthy technologies. We prevent the burnout for schoolers, work overload, and smooth digestion of information. We fight weariness, and we create well-wishing environment, positive environment. Yes, I know that there's a video. Yes, and it is supposed to be demonstrated in parallel with my talk. And is it a trend to be healthy, or is it healthy to be trendy? So we organize this process based on the grounds of healthy school, and the teacher's work is aimed at providing healthy lifestyles, preventive learning, and teaching and educating children. And we have physical cultural lessons, sports competitions, and also learning groups, volleyball, basketball, football, chess, and this is every parent would like to have a healthy kid without any bad habits, and that's how it's declared by parents. But the same is of concern for educational institutions. Children should have enough energy to study in quality, safely and healthily. So we are there to provide for development. We are a school of this new generation. We continuously care for children's health. We have the gyms and sports grounds where children can develop physically and also maintain good shape. So it's very important for modern people to eat naturally, and rational nutrition is a token of activity and able-bodiedness for the rest of one's life. So science, arts, well, everything, it takes a good meal, because in this catering area you can relax, you can have your meal in a very positive atmosphere with environment which is healthy and in compliance with all the center advice. The design of this area is guarantee for maintenance and protection of one's health. High quality food, aesthetics and design. This increases the appetite and improves the spirit and restores emotional and physical facilities in the course of the education process. Let's take care of ourselves and have healthy nutrition. That's dominant. With great cooks, responsible cooks providing for good nutrition that strengthens in the immune system of children. They pick products with the taste and quality and nutrition, physically and mentally. And we also can provide for balanced, diversified menu for any taste without any processed meat and unnecessary sugar and salt. More natural meat, more dairy products, because healthy food is a trend that will never go out of fashion. And also we have a venue with the atmosphere of support and solidarity, that we educate leaders and active citizens with high ethical and moral standards. We listen to the children, and teachers are there to train and advise. This school is not just a facility for learning, but also an education institution of the new generation that has very comfortable classrooms and other areas necessary for mixed and distant learning, soft sofas and winter gardens, and landscape design is also. I'm sure that you have a lot to share as regards your dominant miracle. And I would like to thank you for this open discussion. We discussed not just achievements and documents, deliverables, which are great. We have been frankly discussing the problems that we have. I would like to thank Ukraine and 30 for this venue, and thank you, Bogdana, for your excellent presentation. Thank you for the opportunity.
І корисними. Із 1 вересня такими стравами годуватимуть школярів у їдальнях. Перша леді України Олена Зеленська презентувала нову систему здорового харчування у школах. Меню розраховано на 4 тижні. Містить 160 страв. Передбачає включення до раціону більшої кількості овочів, фруктів і м'яса, а також дієтичні страви. Дітям готуватимуть популярні страви різних кухонь світу. На тепер нове шкільне меню доступне на сайті МОЗ. Невдовзі в Україні з'явиться інформаційна платформа про здорове харчування. В рамках президентських програм «Велике будівництво» та «Здорова Україна» у столиці на території ВДНГ буде створено масштабний спортивний кластер «Урбан Парк». У ньому побудують бетонний скейт-парк, майданчики для вуличних видів футболу, баскетболу, танців, воркауту і паркуру, скалодром, доріжки для бігу, столи для тенісу, дитячі спортивні зони. Усе безкоштовно. В Урбан-парку будуть проводитися різні заходи, батли та джеми вуличних культур, які допоможуть створити унікальну живу атмосферу.
Це Всеукраїнський форум «Україна-30», і ми зараз перебуваємо в нашій експозоні поруч із основною залою, де ви щойно бачили нашу сесію обговорення щодо здорової атмосфери у школі і те, як за 11 років навчання, перебуваючи у школі, діти мають все ж таки набратися тільки сил і здоров'я і знань, а не втратити здоров'я. Ну, зокрема, і фізкультура сама має бути цікавою. От щодо дитячої легкої атлетики, що на цій локації представлено і що ви пропонуєте додавати у вправах, у різноманітнення занять?
Вітаю всіх. Обов'язково фізкультура повинна бути цікава, тому пропонуємо проєкт «Дитячу легку атлетику». Я, як вчитель фізичної культури, цим проєктом займаюся з 2005 року. Цей проєкт дуже популярний у світі. І рекомендую всім долучитися до цього проєкту і мати такі проєкти, методику проєкту в кожній школі.
У чому його особливість? От що б ви могли б сказати?
Особливість в тому, що це проєкт дуже демократичний. Це і командний вид спорту, і фановий, і це методику проєкту використовувати на уроках фізичної культури, в позаурочних заходах, на годині подовженого дня, на перервах рухливих.
А оскільки ви педагог, практик, ви працюєте зі школярями, а що їм найбільше подобається, що найбільше захоплює із тих вправ, які ви розробили і рекомендуєте?
Справа в тому, що в першу чергу дітей захоплює інвентар, тому що він яскравий, тому що він легкий, тому що він доступний. То кожна дитина може цей інвентар сама змонтувати, поставити, придумати свою вправу, тому таким чином
це не по гумових колесах стрибати, так?
Ну, чому? Гумові колеса теж можуть бути, але якщо ми говоримо про дітей, то цей проєкт, він вже мотивує до рухової активності. І хочу сказати,
наскільки це має бути часто? От ви ж розумієте, що є навчальні заклади, де ухил уже в навчанні, математичні ліцеї, буває, що фізико-математичні, природничі, де хімія, біологія, їм інколи не цікаво, їм більше цікаві предмети. І батьки наполягають. Ми відправили нашу Наталю чи нашого Петра, щоб він займався саме наукою, а його ганяють із м'ячами.
А я хочу сказати, що я 28 років викладаю фізичну культуру в математичному ліцеї. І хочу сказати, що діти і в математичному ліцеї, і не в математичному, вони однакові, вони хочуть рухатись. Тому цей проєкт можна застосовувати вибірково. Тобто сьогодні можна запропонувати, наприклад, рухатись через бар'єри. Завтра можна запропонувати зробити якісь метальні вправи. Післязавтра можна запропонувати пострибати. Тобто таким чином можна використовувати цей проєкт для підвищення рухової активності і мотивації до занять рухової активності.
Педагогам, викладачам, які нас дивляться, що ви радите, який має бути баланс все ж таки між грою, яка спонукає, мотивує приходити на такі уроки, і реальними фізичними вправами, які допомагають бути сильнішим, більш здоровим?
А все це повинно бути в гармонії, розумієте? До фізичних вправ через гру. через посмішку, щоб діти бігли до вчителя. Якщо діти біжать до вчителя, якщо вчитель цікавий і цікаві в нього уроки, то тоді і буде підвищення і мотивації, буде розвиток фізичних якостей, таких як там спритність, сила, витривалість, гнучкість. Тобто через посмішку, через гру до фізичного розвитку.
Ну так, щоб не виникало бажання просити старшу сестру написати типу від мами довідку, що не може сьогодні займатися на фізкультурі, як це часто буває.
Я не буду говорити, що у мене не так, ми намагаємося, але таке буває. Але, як правило, якщо дітям цікаво, якщо це от такий простір є в учбовому закладі, то, як правило, діти йдуть на уроки фізичної культури, йдуть з задоволенням і не пишуть довідки.
Не написали довідки і уже далі наші учасники, наступних поговорень, вони вже у цій залі. І зовсім скоро на основній сцені ми продовжимо обговорювати важливі теми наших українських шкіл і середовища. Це стосується і інклюзивності, людей, які є маломобільними. Наскільки зараз інфраструктура нашої країни, зокрема в школі і взагалі міський простір, адаптовані до людей, які мають певні особливості щодо своєї мобільності. Про все це разом із експертами, главами профільних федерацій ми дізнаємося уже зовсім скоро на основній сцені форуму «Україна-30».
В Україні розпочато масштабний проєкт «Активні парки». Він покликаний зробити спорт доступним для мільйонів людей різних вікових груп. З'явиться 10 тисяч спортивних майданчиків просто неба по всій Україні. На кожному тренажері буде QR-код. Просканувавши його, ви дізнаєтеся про комплекс вправ і як правильно їх виконувати. Активні парки відповідатимуть міжнародним стандартам безбар'єрного простору. В рамках президентських програм «Велике будівництво» та «Здорова Україна» у столиці на території ВДНГ буде створено масштабний спортивний кластер «Урбан Парк». У ньому побудують бетонний скейт-парк, майданчики для вуличних видів футболу, баскетболу, танців, воркауту і паркуру, скалодром, доріжки для бігу, столи для тенісу, дитячі спортивні зони. Усе безкоштовно. В Урбан-парку будуть проводитися різні заходи, батли та джеми вуличних культур, які допоможуть створити унікальну живу атмосферу. Рівень здоров'я людини залежить від ключових чинників – спадковості, екології, системи охорони здоров'я та, найголовніше, способу життя. Саме він, за даними Всесвітньої організації охорони здоров'я, формує здоров'я кожного. Щоб підтримувати гарне самопочуття, фахівці ВООЗ радять збалансовано харчуватися, регулярно займатися спортом, спати не менше ніж 7 годин, уникати стресів, відмовитися від шкідливих звичок і частіше бувати на свіжому повітрі.
Це Всеукраїнський форум «Україна-30».
This is Ukraine-30 National Forum and our conclusive panel discussion for today is inclusion and in the sports and in life. I am happy to give the floor to the moderator of the discussion, the head of the press service of Paralympic Committee of Ukraine, Natalia Garach. Good afternoon, dear friends, dear colleagues. For me, it's a big honor to moderate this topic, inclusiveness and barrier-free sports, now in these minutes. I understand that Ukraine was 30 years going towards its independence, and within these 30 years a new society was formed, new people grew up, the whole generation of people with new mentality, the mentality which is much freer from Soviet stereotypes. In Soviet Union, there were no words like inclusiveness or no barriers. We didn't have the words, but we also didn't have people with disabilities. These people were invisible. It's great that now our state pays a lot of attention to the inclusiveness and to all these issues. And it is important that the President of Ukraine and authorities and the First Lady of Ukraine make this topic one of the most important for our society. Paralympic sportsmen were people who made us understand what is a person with disability. There was time when journalists were surprised hearing the word inclusiveness or no barriers. Now it's something popular. It's what we hear about, and that's great. It's great that Paralympic sportsmen were those who in 1996, in the first years of our independence, got the golden medal. And that is how we started understanding what people with disabilities are. And we started understanding more when from the east of Ukraine our warriors were returning, our defenders were returning, and they unfortunately returned with disabilities. And today we'll be talking about the person with disability, with people with disabilities, and how we'll do everything that there are no barriers. We will be creating the inclusiveness. I have the honor to introduce the speakers of our discussion. Matvey Bidny, Deputy Minister of Youth and Sports of Ukraine. Igor Beskaravanny, Deputy Minister on Veterans Affairs. Tatiana Lomakina, Ombudsman of the President on the issues of barrierless environment. Valery Sushkevich, the President of the National Committee of Sports of Disabled People. Vadim Misura, official representative of International Charity Fund Perimach Foundation. And Oksana Gorbach, the director of the Center of Strategy Communications, Stratcom Ukraine, coordinator of Invictus Games and Warrior Games in Ukraine. So, I'd like to invite Mr. Matvey Bidny to say a few words. The topic is very interesting, and we are talking about accessibility of sports arenas for trainings. This is the honor to be the first one to speak in this part of the forum. It's very responsible, and I'm sitting next to people who are courageous enough, despite all the circumstances, to become successful. And I believe that at such events, not just me, but everyone who's involved into developing the policy on these issues, it's important for me to listen more than to speak, and I would like to thank the First Lady, the organizers of the forum, because we have this chance to hear people whose barriers we cannot understand. Barrierlessness is considered within the context of the policy on people with disability, but in the international practices it's interpreted much wider. These are people of elderly age, these are people with in wheelchairs, and for me, and the people with the children's cradles. I looked now differently at these issues. We know about the experiments when famous people would sit in a wheelchair and were trying to move in a space they're used to in the city. They were making some videos about that, but that was happening over there on the other side of the screen, and it looked like something which happens somewhere in a distance. But we live in the space which is comfortable for us. We don't have any restrictions or limitations, and that's a great example. When we become parents, we have this, we have to move with the baby. Oh, we are traumatized and we have to move somehow on crutches. And then we notice that there are places where we cannot physically go without somebody's assistance. This part of the space which is not comfortable for us. And some becomes just dangerous. I am a father of 3 children, and from my own experience, I'd like to say that all our kids with who we have to move from childhood, they are like stuntmen. When a parent has to balance with the child on some steps, or when you have to walk in the center of the city, and then you move along the city, and there's some hole in the pavement, and the child could get traumatized. And having felt all these inconveniences, we can just imagine what is it for people who have to face this situation every day, for who wheelchair is the only means of movement in the space, and that's every day, irrespective of circumstances. So maybe the person who cannot see a space, and like a place which seems to be comfortable for us, it could be dangerous for such a person. So what we see is that people who have no restrictions, no limitations, and I'm talking about myself, who have no disabilities, we cannot imagine what we can face. I remember how I met Mr. Sushkevich when I came to work to civil service, and I had to go to Mr. Sushkevich and talk about the rules and amendments that we had to introduce. In every section, it was suggested to introduce the rights of people with disability. And my position was naive. I was saying, but that's about all groups of population. Why do we put it separately? And I remember how he, looking into my eyes, said, listen to my experience. If we do not indicate it here, then no one will even think about us later. And now, 5 years later, I can tell that is absolute truth. People who do not understand and do not feel that every day, even trying to create some positive things, they cannot take it into account, and they will not think about it, or will start thinking about it when it's late to change things. Barrierlessness should become the norm for Ukrainian society, and we need to have the very strong position, and this could be done only if we systemically improve the situation and control how it's implemented. So what the minister is working on today, I would like to briefly tell you what are the main directions on which we concentrate our attention. There's a great document that the ministry is drafting, and that's the national strategy on creating barrierless space in Ukraine. That's a new document which defines what barrierlessness is, and it's interesting. We need to understand what barriers we have in this society. It's good to read it. Every section has the rights for sportsmen, the right for people to go in for sports. And everywhere it says that the sport should be accessible for everyone. One of the main tasks of the ministry is creating sports facilities which are accessible for people with disabilities, for sportsmen, and also for spectators. And the strategy of the development of physical culture and sports, which was drafted by the ministry and approved by the government, has such a section on sports infrastructure. And again, it's about free access to any activity, to any sports facility. According to statistical reporting, we have more than 92,000 of sports facilities, and only 38% are equipped with at least pandas. And it's not enough, but at least it's 37% that have it. The ministry is implementing the presidential program on creating 25 sports magnets. In the end of 2018, there were new construction norms improved, which are named inclusiveness of buildings and constructions. So all modern buildings are to satisfy all these requirements. They are to be accessible, and those which have been constructed already have to be modified so that people with disabilities can use these facilities and use the sports infrastructure. Our achievements. We have a unique sport facility, the sport facility where we have absolutely accessible facility for people with disability. And today we are working on creating the Ukrainian Rehabilitation Center of the National Committee of Sports of Peoples with Disability of Ukraine. And we do that thanks to Valery Mikhailovich, and he will talk about these initiatives himself. Talking about youth policy, we have approved new strategy there, and again, equal rights for people and free access of all people to all elements of life are parts of this strategy. Yesterday we were talking about active parks, and I mentioned that the basis of this program is free accessibility. There's application which has a section which will have all recommendations as to physical activity for people with disabilities, people with different deficiencies, and all sports facilities will also be without barriers. I would like to interrupt you. We have a very strict time frame. I'd like to thank you for this opportunity, first of all, to hear, and then let's listen to our next speakers, who will talk about all these things in more detail. Thank you, Matvey, for this presentation, and thank you for the work done by the ministry and you. And I hope that people with disability will more actively participate in mass sports and will be able to get to the sports ground and start exercising. I'd like now to invite Igor Biskaravany, the Deputy Minister on Veterans. I would like to warn that we have not much time, and Igor will talk about the sports for active rehabilitation.
Thank you, Matthew. I would like to thank you for your case study, because this inaccessible environment, I got to know about it in this winter season when I went to the center. For 5 years I was using my prosthesis, but it was very difficult. And coming back to my subject matter, when I was invited to this panel, for the first time I thought about my last weekend when I tried my hand in biking, real cycling, the professional type of cycling. On a motorway, I hit the road and I went to practice. I went to practice using real conditions, tough conditions, because cycling with a prosthesis is special. You should know how this all done. You have to press the fix your prosthesis to the pedal. It is clasped, and you can only slow down using your right leg, and then you have to unfasten your left one, and this is an interesting experience, I must admit, and this is something that I participated in, and I want as many people to do cycling as possible, and sometimes it's not really possible for some people, but there should be no limitation. It's nice trying, as they say, but it is difficult to compare and combine and to find the points in common. One, the Ministry of Veterans would care about accessibility and sports, all sorts of amenities. This is not just about rehabilitation for the veterans and disabled people. This is about rehabilitation. This is about the general ideological part. How this is done, how this should be combined, and you all have to understand inclusiveness, barrierlessness, and the regulation. Matthew was referring to the National Strategy for Development of Barrierless space. This term barrierlessness, this is a general approach to policy making, implementation of public policy for access to different areas of activity. And secondly, this is accessibility. Accessibility is equal access for all the groups of population, the physical environment, all the systems and facilities. And we can see that this is not just about physical barriers. This is about accessibility, generally speaking. And nobody is impeding your way to any sort of facility. This can be because you belong to a specific group, specific cohort, specific vehicle that you use, and the reasons why people cannot access specific facilities which are under state guarantee. Speaking of barrierlessness, we can understand that together with the accessible infrastructure, we have to start removing barriers that people have in their heads. Because no matter how many good gyms and sports grounds we build inclusive spaces, if we have some prejudice in the society against people who are different, who are not like everybody else, who are not in a good shape, who have a disability, use a wheelchair or prosthesis, people cannot use this accessible space because they fall victims of prejudice and they feel uncomfortable, and we have to talk about it because this is about the community of veterans. We are the vanguard of this moment. One example from my experience: at 25, I lost my leg, lost my limb. At the front line, I came back to resettlement. First, I felt not comfortable displaying my artificial leg, and I was explaining to children that I wasn't a robot, and I was explaining to adults how I can manage with the prosthetic appliance. And based on this, thousands of veterans, young people, amateurs, professionals come back from war and start doing sports in spite of their handicap. And they become ambassadors of this healthy appreciation of the state of being different. There are some veterans who join competitions, the amputees, and they win in Brazil Jiu-Jitsu. They win prizes. They're prize-winning athletes, and they have amputated limbs. There are some guys who harvest medals and competitions, they're in their wheelchairs, and they're starting to be rehabilitators. And there are some people who get wounds and injuries incompatible with life, according to the first diagnosis, but now they behave as healthy people, absolutely healthy. They remove this prejudice, they devastate the barriers. The experience that we have, the space that we create, should be used as much as possible. We have this phenomenon, certain characteristics. This is veterans or ex-combatants, sports. We are not great achievers, we're not for high competition. Not all the veterans are disabled, of course, thank God for that, but there are competitions, big international competitions. There is a small group of people who harvest prizes at such competitions, and there is this phenomenon, and we have to recognize it together with the Ministry of Youth and Sports, the MPs, and other bodies. We are supporting them and developing conditions for the veteran sports, so that it becomes even more popular, and for such courageous boys and girls overcoming the prejudice and changing the popular opinion as regards such conditions. So accessibility should go well beyond physical amenities, and this should be holistic and general. I would like to share my dream with you. I have a dream for the future, for the people not to think about accessibility or lack of accessibility, young designers and architectures, looking on this as some kind of history, like doctors learn about some diseases that has long been out of circulation, so to speak, and nobody has them, but this is history, and lack of accessibility should become such a irregularity. That's what I was beginning with. And first we fight against this lack of understanding, appreciation. This is the Paralympic Games. They first started it, and the veterans movement actually reinforced this. And we have to change our society. And barrierlessness, well, that's key. That's the word. And we have to get rid of the things that I call atavism, like inaccessible objects. And Tatiana Lomaka, advisor to President barrierlessness, and this is development of sports infrastructure for people with disabilities.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am happy to be present at this forum, Ukraine 30, Healthy Ukraine. And I welcome that the topic for discussion is inclusiveness and barrierlessness in sports. Today we underestimate the way how we treat our health. Academician Amosov said, to be healthy, you have to permanently put a lot of your own efforts, and it cannot be replaced by anything. And I'd like to say that health and sports are interlinked. Movements, exercises, team games, all that gives us energy and helps us to overcome stress. It is very important for all groups of society, for elderly people, for people with disabilities, for parents of children who have children under 6, for young people. This is absolutely important topic for Ukraine. What happens? We don't pay attention to the activity and sports, to physical activity in sports. Rating Group made a survey in 2018, and they found out that only 9% of Ukrainians are engaged into physical activity in sports. Only 15% of people do it from time to time, and 50% of Ukrainians do not pay attention to that at all. The President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, initiated the national program, Health of Nation. The priority of mass sports was declared by the head of the state. What's the goal of this program? Ukraine sets 115th position in the world, talking about the life expectancy, and the average life expectancy is 72 years. Ukrainians have to live longer because sports is important for all age groups, and we mean elderly people, people with disability, young people. The First Lady of Ukraine mentioned the topic of barrierlessness. Such society is the society without barriers, is society without limits. It's important that everyone doesn't feel any barriers. Sports infrastructure should be accessible to everyone. What do we need for that? I see two directions of work. First, to develop accessible sports infrastructure, sports grounds, so that all Ukrainians, irrespective of gender, age, physical capacities, could train there. And we need to motivate people. We need to set example, to encourage. What's done? Accessibility of sport space is another priority for the President of Ukraine. Today in Mariupol, they are building a new approach. They're developing a new barrierless approach to reconstruction of the swimming pool Neptune, so that all the groups could train there together, so that parents with children, elderly people, people with disabilities can go there together with Paralympics and Olympic sportsmen. Barrierlessness will become a new social norm. This will help people improve their health, improve their self-assessment, and believe in yourselves. I believe that the program Healthy Nation will succeed. Thank you, Tatiana. We also believe that there will be changes to the better. They will be systemic, and I would like to add that there was time when it was very difficult not just to get to a swimming pool for a person with disability, but there was no even desire to give a space for Paralympic sportsmen. The directors of swimming pools could not understand how this person with disability will swim there together with other people, how this could happen. That is what Mr. Sushkevich knows about. The president of the National Committee of Sports of people with disability and the president of Paralympic Committee. Please tell us how that was happening. I know that in a few minutes you will tell me, stop, we have problem with time, and I'm thinking about that. I would like to wish you, dear colleagues, health, optimism and energy, and so that you become energized, you and those who view us in social media, I offer to watch a very cool short video. Dear friends, you saw in the end of this video, it said the way to life as equal. Our presentation is Ukraine 30, way to equal rights in sports and life. I would draw your attention to the last word, sport and life. The first slide, just look at it. There's a blind athlete, Vasyl Lishinsky, and he got the first golden medal many years ago, 25 years ago, on the 24th of August. Vasyl Lishinsky got the first Paralympic gold medal. symbolic. It was symbolic. No one knew what Paralympic is. Ukraine was called Russia in Atlanta in Paralympic Games, and when Vasily Shinsky won this golden medal, it was unique. It was the day of Ukrainian independence. And the next photograph, you know this person, Juan Antonio Samaranch. You know, I've remembered the words of this patriarch of Olympic movement. Today is the day of Olympic sportsmen. It's a festival for International Olympic Committee. And I want to congratulate our colleagues, Olympic sportsmen, and remind you what he said. He said, boy, just do what you do together with everyone else. That's what your country needs and the world needs. I remembered these words, the words of Antonio Samaranch. And you know, for me it was a great factor. And the next slide, you see a girl, and she got into Paralympic team from a distant Ukrainian village many years ago. There was no floor in the house. In a few years, she has become the first person in Paralympic movement. She was recognized the best sportsman of the world in Olympic, Paralympic sports. She has no legs. A skier, the hero of Ukraine. I can tell you, there's one more thing here. Foundation of the National Committee of Sport of Disabled People in Ukraine, the date and in a year, Ukrainian Center for Physical Culture and Sports of People with Disabilities was set up. Public and state entity were founded almost simultaneously, and they are working in cooperation. Now you see the slide which shows what is the system of physical culture and sports for people with disabilities. It has one main thing that I would like to mention. When people talk about secrets of Ukrainian Paralympics, and you can see here one important thing. There's the Ministry of the Youth and Sports, and the state, the National Committee of Sports of Disabled People of Ukraine. That's a public movement. And all these institutions got united to do what had been done. The harmony of relations between the state and the community, which is doing something in the sector of physical culture and sports. The state, with the support of the National Committee, created the National Ukrainian Center for Sports and the NGO of people with disabilities. And you see here different disabilities. I address you today. 99 clubs work in Ukraine in this system, and plus to that 2 centers and some other entities that I will mention later. So please look at this movement, 4 federations that I mentioned, and here together they work to achieve the result which we have achieved in Ukraine. Look at what we have from the point of view of people, Paralympic sportsmen and deaf Olympic sportsmen. There are 75 sports which are recognized as sports for people with disabilities. There's national teams on different sports, and there are about 1,500 people there. These are people who achieved the high standards and they are part of the national teams, and they are in this system. And there is also another team, people who receive salaries. The state works with them, and these are people who are elite of the global and European sports. This is a very important aspect, and it has been mentioned, and it's the issue of sports for children and physical culture for children with disabilities. Today, we managed to ensure that 33 sports are available for children with disabilities. 6,000 children. These are just those who are registered. 25 sports skills for people with disabilities in regions. And in regular sports schools, in 20 schools, there are sections where children with disabilities are getting their training.
I would like to draw attention to innovation and reveal some secrets. Please look closely at this graph. The UK, leader of the world and international and European sports. They were ahead of us according to all the records. They actually were the winners in 2011, 2014, 2021. They actually couldn't bear it anymore. As civilized European country, they could not maintain such high results related to the sports of high competition and highly competitive sports, especially for the pandemic period. That's what undermined them. That was disastrous. And you can see how stable the system works for people with a disability, and they maintain this trend and show good results. I'd like to draw attention to presidential stipends, which were introduced by a presidential decree. For the first time, President Zelensky introduced stipends for coaches working with children with disabilities. Paramount Foundation representative is here. Presidential policy for physical culture and sports, mobilize social responsible business, and Paramount Foundation for 2 years now has been supporting Paralympic athletes, children, talented, bright, and 20 stipends this year. I would like to thank you using the opportunity. This is a great factor in social responsible business world, and the president also stimulated that with the decree for trainers and children with disability and their coaches. And there are problems with the outreach. We still have to provide for it. Another moments of innovation, dear colleagues, another secret reveals. All-Ukrainian competition, believe in yourself for children with disability. There are 4 stages, I would like to repeat, 4 stages of this, the Spartacus Games at towns, cities, and this is School Olympics, and there are regional competitions, there are qualification competitions, and final for the School Olympics. More than 1,000 children only in the finals. And if we take the preparatory stage, this is a big figure, of course, for many sports, for 14 varieties for children with disabilities. And when we discuss something that has to do with national teams, and we analyzed the players of them and the members of the national teams for different sports, and we understood that the policy of the Ministry of Youth and Sports, together with the National Committee for Children's and Youth Sports, 25% of the national team are children that participate in school Olympics, believe in themselves. Some national teams built by 50% consist of the children who participated in the games I was referring to, and the names that you can see: young athletes. Victor Spritznov, who is blind, he's a hero of Ukraine. He started in the same school Olympics, believe in yourselves. And there's this boy from Donetsk region who found the bomb from the Second World War. He was 10. He dismantled it and tried to discharge it and lost his sight. He is a champion Paralympic Games, the youngest in the whole history of this competition. This is again systemic and systematic. Another token of success. Unfortunately, I have to interrupt your relation. Yes, dear colleagues, the presidential decree stipends for children with disabilities, and it's very important such things work for implementation policy for children. There are two facilities, the Western Rehabilitation Center and All-Ukrainian Rehabilitation Center. The name is self-explanatory. It doesn't call itself Paralympic. This is inclusive, and you can see everything having to do with this competition that we pioneered. Back to Life NATO program was introduced at our center, the Western one. Here, it is very important to have just rehabilitation. This is not about highly competitive sports. And I cannot but mention, dear colleagues, something that we call the sports for people with disability media center. 600 hours of broadcast, 3 Paralympics, broadcasting Paralympics, and the Grand Prix of the International Olympic Committee. And that's what we have our Deaf Olympics, Paralympics, participated in 6 summer and winter Olympic Games, 486 medals they won. And I'd like to tell you that the principal token of success is that our Paralympic athletes, athletes with disability. Let me be specific here. They made the society understand how important equality and equity are and should be. That was Natalia was discussing, the Deputy Minister here. The society can see legless athletes, armless, blind, deaf athletes, and those people, those those citizens present specific pride of the Ukrainian sports. And this is along the lines of great appreciation for people with disabilities going in for sports. Well, the critical 2020, that year was epitomous in terms of the presidential attention to these such sports. The funding was reintroduced. With the lockdown, we could not have any activities. We arranged that, cancelled competitions. We also could see that we can see the level of achievements today. Vaccination is being concluded according to all the indicators, and I would like to draw attention to 11 presidential decrees for this period to support our current Paralympic athletes, to support our people who are fighting for the right to be equal. Our Olympic athletes are facing Tokyo. This is 25 years since the first medal was won at the Paralympics, and the Ukrainian Independence Day, and that makes us really compete at the Paralympic Games. And we would like to ask for support during the Games. Most importantly, I would like to believe and wish that the presidential policy, the governmental policy, are to be continued. We are the best in the world in this area, all things considered. I know about the faults, and I can share even more about the inaccessibility of sports facilities, lack of attention, lack of funding. Many challenges, but we shall overcome someday. I'm a great believer in that. Stay healthy, stay safe, stay optimistic, and stay barrierless. And sorry for the quality of this video. It's not up to scratch, perhaps, because we have address from the Paralympic prize winner Elizabeth Mereshko. This comes from a pool. It's a bit noisy, but we have this video. I am a member of the Paralympic national team in swimming. I started in a small pool at home. And then I started participating in Believe in Yourself School Olympics. Then I worked with my coach in order to be able to compete international. I started in 2014 in the Netherlands. Now I have to work in order to achieve. I have 4 golden medals, and our team has 4 golden medals and 1 bronze medal. I am also addressing you from a training camp, and regardless of all the barriers, we stay barrierless. Good luck to all the champions. See you in Tokyo. That was the last statement, and indeed we are looking forward to the games there. I wish the best of luck to the National Paralympic Games and the Olympic Game national team as well. And now Vadim Misura, official representative of the International Charity Foundation. The topic of his presentation is barrierlessness, inclusive sports for children, and he will discuss the social campaign Stop Discrimination as an example of interplay with the society. Thank you very much, Natalia. And dear colleagues, dear friends, the topic indeed is a big one, and we can discuss it at length, but when we see such addresses, we would like to get down to business, get things done for those people to become part of our society, an active one at that. And so let me demonstrate just one slide. This one here. I think it is a reflection of the problems that we have. About 3 million to 2,637,000 people with disability in Ukraine. 159,000 children are children. And you can see, as Valery said, out of those children, 6,000 children with access to sports facilities, active in sports. Out of the 40,000 people in general with all sorts of disabilities, this is 4%. Presently, the children who have access to active sports. And the reason why we are here is this, because we must solve problems for this category, because the most disadvantaged, and the society is getting more and more aware of this problem. At this forum, we are reviewing this situation. This is a token of success. We have to understand the special needs of some children. They should not be in the way in their happy lives and communication with their surrounding. Thus, we would like to say that sports is an excellent chance, an excellent opportunity to expand for active lifestyles, to expand, because sports unite us, and inclusivity, and a chance to be active and happy citizens without any discrimination or deprivation. And this is one of the most important slides. This is our task, to arrange for social and responsible business, public sector, and general society. Together they can solve those problems. The state has done something very important after those 30 years, implementing the presidential decree, and under the initiative of Olena Zelensky's barrierlessness, the Cabinet of Ministers adopted the initiative on creation of barrierless space. And for the first time, I would like to draw attention to this situation when we introduce this new societal norm. Well, you know, the time will pass, and we will have such activities and events. More and more often we have to discuss our people with disability when they become active and happy members of the society. Never we'll call them beneficiaries or recipients anyway. They are providers for this society. They are contributors. They are active members of this society. And also another strategic objective or mission in our case for Perimach Foundation. Tens and hundreds of thousands of people can come in my place and share their achievements with you. Perimach Foundation has been around in Ukraine for just a couple of years, but we have already identified some priorities. These inclusive projects and programs. This is sports and accessibility for children, innovative education and social settlement for children and adolescents. In this slide, you can see how our foundation work. You can see 15 regions of Ukraine, how it's with our projects, it became possible in comparison to our partners in the sport committee of disabled people, different clubs, local communities who provide for us being able to cooperate and implement the three principal programs: sports mentor, new physical culture, yes I can, and more than 35,000, as you can see, our children involved in such programs covered by them in 15 regions of Ukraine. One of the principal programs, Yes I Can, that's the name, they said it, they did it. It's our children going in for sports regardless of their disadvantage, and they are setting the best suit imaginable for the rest of the people. We have different projects in the 15 regions. First of all, we have social clubs with important opportunity for the coaches to work with such people, and thus we have the inclusive sports clubs, and that's how we support those people. We became partners of our Ukrainian Art Tech camp. The state are very instrumental in development of such sports grounds. There is a small thing, but it is very important for children with disabilities. It's not very special, but it's a lift that can take the children to their rooms, and we created some rooms with all the necessary amenities for such children. And we have this new physical culture project because we understand that only on a massive scale we can solve such problems and understand the tasks. And that's how we can deal with the problems that we see for the first time, or saw in the first slide, sorry. And we have this new module for inclusive training, professional development of teachers of sports, 9 theoretical and 6 practical courses, included 33,000, almost 35,000 users who were registered for the courses, and we try with our faculty, with the experts. First of all, we are trying to do something for our sports and those teachers to have innovative programs. Vadim, sorry to interrupt you, yes, in closing. So the 32nd morning, 32nd call, this problem should become one of the principal points high on the agenda, and together with the All-Ukrainian Center of Physical Culture, Sports for Everyone, have this the social ads, because this is very important. This campaign is the next step is it's about barrierlessness, and it's not just for children with disability. It's a broader notion. This is accessibility of sports as such. Honestly, this is my slide, but this is the most important one. Yes, we can, it says. We have just prepared it when we had with our team about the things we discussed here, because the principal premise is, yes, we are adults, we are the government, we are the social responsible business, we are this society, we can do it because our children did that, and why cannot we do it?
Thank you, Vadim. Yes, it's good that business in Ukraine is socially responsible. Now I'd like to give the floor to Oksana Gorbich, the director of the Center of Strategic Communications of Stratcom Ukraine, coordinator of Invictus Games and Warrior Games in Ukraine. Thank you for this opportunity to tell you about the experience of being a victim or a witness of how adaptive sports influences the participants of warfare. For me, it's important because we work with those people who serve in the warrior in the zones of conflict. Here you see a military. He's from the US Air Force. He's blind. In warrior games and in Invictus games, only the participants of warfare who received some traumas and who are disabled can participate. Sometimes young men or girls come to us from the special forces, National Guards, National Police. They were wounded or they got traumas that changed their lives. Some lost their leg, hand, and became blind. And this happened when they were defending their country. When they returned from warfare, I see many questions that they have. They have questions to their own future. What will I do when I cannot work in the armed forces or where I used to work because I cannot walk, I don't see, I have some other disabilities or diseases because I was defending my country. And there are many questions, not just to what will happen in the future professionally, but also what will happen in the family. You can imagine when a wife or a husband meets their spouse after such traumatic events. It's very difficult to again find common language, especially because these participants of warfare could have post-traumatic disorders. Sometimes I saw some aggression, but that's part of physiology, and that's because the person experienced some trauma, and that is the process of psychological and physical rehabilitation that are to take place. The question is, what is my future, professional future? Can I continue living in my family? Can I overcome problems that we will have? And the biggest problem is the issue of self-identification. Previously, I was a defender of the country. I defended my country from the enemy. Now, I don't know what to do with my life. This is the context with which we work. I would like to say how adaptive sport could return boys and girls, young men and women, to normal life, where they have a good work, well paid for work. When they have family status, they understand how to exist in the family, and then there is a self-identification, who I am. This military who you see is Sasha Zazulak. He's our participant of warfare. I met him in 2017. Sasha Zazulak doesn't have a left hand. He participated in battles in the Baltseva. The tank ran over him. Several times it turned on him. Sasha was under tank. His colleagues, they blew off the tank and they thought that no one survived. But Sasha all the time was alive and conscious. He experienced physical rehabilitation, medical rehabilitation, psychological rehabilitation. I met him in 2017. He came to Invictus Games. We organize Invictus Games not as a competition for medal. It's in the format of some social event where sport is the reason why we go there. we do not talk a lot. We engage in sports. We have different sports there, running, powerlifting, shooting from arches, bicycling. We have basketball and volleyball on wheelchairs. And the participants who come to us, we allow them to try any sport or all of them. At the locations, we always have psychologists, medical specialists, coaches, judges. Sasha came in 2018, and I remember that he wouldn't allow to touch him. Probably, and the physical contact was not something nice for him. Sasha became member of the team of Invictus Games in Sydney. He started shooting from arch, and in Sydney he got a silver medal. He started from the scratch. He came to Invictus Games, took the arch. He didn't even have a special prosthesis, and he was engaged in bicycling as well. I can tell you how it's all happening. What we do in Invictus Games and the Warrior Games. I would like to tell you what adaptive sports, what role adaptive sports play to achieve the result. In Invictus Games, we started to participate in 2017 in Toronto, and next games were in Sydney in 2018. Next games will be in The Hague in 2021. And all that way, starting from 2017, these 4 years, allow us to understand what happened, what changes are taking place thanks to sports and life of our participants. First, that I want to say is that sport for veterans started to exist. We realized that in Ukraine there are several adaptive sports which are possible. We wanted to go from a person. A person doesn't have a leg. Which sports can we offer to this person so that he feels included, not just where he physically can enter the building or for having some equipment, but what we as organizers can do. We can reconstruct the building, buy some equipment, equip some sports ground. And thanks to that, when we started to work from a person, we started getting engaged in sports that we have never, we were not engaged into. There's such a thing as wheelchair race or cycling, sitting. We started buying the equipment, and then we were providing it to our participants. It was not important that they will not get medals. It was more important that Alexandra Chelenchi, who has 2 legs amputated, so that he feels included into sports. And if before 2017 he could participate only in powerlifting or archery, now this athletic discipline is something accessible for him. We were looking for the chance, for the possibility to buy equipment, to make a sports ground more accessible. Feeling themselves included, we understood that there are some team games which were closed for us before. We first received the wheelchairs for basketball, then we looked at where we can have some training. We think about how to create the opportunity. Let's create the opportunity, and then we'll start developing the infrastructure, look for coaches. What happened? We received basketball wheelchairs from the national US team of Invictus Games. They sent them to us. That was their assistance, and together with the wheelchairs, they brought assistants, the coaches who taught how to use that, and we were looking for basketball gyms in Ukraine. We called to 30 of them, and only 3 were accessible for people in wheelchairs. But we are moving in this direction. We are talking about barrierlessness. But this year, when we had selective competition in wheelchair basketball and in other types, in other sports, Invictus Games and Warrior Games always include the family and friends of the participants of warfare into the process. That's part of the history of Invictus Games and Warrior Games. This doesn't happen in other sport competitions, but for us it's absolute necessity. So we always have a program for family and friends, and that's in Ukraine and abroad. And we see that when the participant of warfare comes to us and we offer different types of adaptive sports, and together with the family, such person participates in it, then we see that the participant starts believing into himself, he sees his future, and understands that with these traumas, with what I have now, I can have a good, high-quality future. And that is why we see how participants of our national teams, like Maya Moskvich, returned from Sydney, she got a golden medal, she returned to Lutsk, to her native city, and she organized an archery club there. And she has boys and girls who's she training. She hasn't just restored her own physical condition, but she got a resource to work for the community. From the point of view of families, you can imagine to what extent it is important for a family to see that the participant of their family who lost some health could get engaged at the international level, could engage into sports, could represent the country, could defend the country. We see good examples that this creates new contacts between families and friends and in the community, because people who come to such events, they enjoy what they see. I'm sorry, Oksana, please wrap up. And that is what we want to see in our country. That is creation of a community of leaders who can change their communities. That's why we launched the program of sports ambassadors. These are veterans who are members of our national team. They want to change their communities. Volodya Musak, in a little town, wants to create the inclusive gym. Sergei Pryatka, the member of our team, came up with proposal to organize Invictus Games in Cherkasy. This week, we'll have Ukrainian Invictus Games in Cherkasy. And there are many examples like that. It's not that we are managing what is happening, but the communities of veterans have their leaders who help them. This year, Ukraine will participate for the first time in Warrior Games, and this will take place in the US, and I would like to finish up by video to these games. We request your support, the support of the society, of local communities, and the state bodies this year, because the changes taking place, they influence everything. They influence their society and their personal, professional, and family life.
Дуже дякую, пані Оксано. От на
Thank you, Oksana. And here, with all the optimism and belief in our sportsmen, we will finish up. We have many sportsmen in Ukraine who are barrierless, Paralympic, Deaf-Olympic sportsmen, those who became the sportsmen and who were defending us in the East. And I would like not to wrap up, not just myself to wrap up this discussion. Each one expressed your idea about what you are doing, but I would like to suggest that every one of you says a few words, what you wish, what are your wishes to us, to all our viewers, as to our barrierless Ukraine, barrierless in life and sports. Okay? Who would like to say a couple of words? Igor. Start more actively eliminating barriers in your heads. This way we'll create barrierless environment.
Very much,
Very much. Vadim? If I may, I will repeat. Dear friends, yes, we can do that. Yes, we can. Tatiana. I'd like to address Ukrainians and request them, take care of your health. Sport is the opportunity which will open up. No. Thanks to sports, you will feel yourself better. And when all people, people with disabilities, elderly people, children, parents, if they go in for sport, this will help you overcome all barriers. Matvey, I liked what Igor said. All these problems are to be in the past. Let's be surrounded by barrierless environment.
Пані Оксано,
Oksana.
я хотіла би, щоб ми як суспільство перестали
We as the society should stop thinking that something is impossible for us because it didn't exist before. I want us to understand the way we see our future. The future will be like that. If we want to create barrierless society in all the senses, then we can do it if everyone starts doing something. I address everyone, decision makers, those who have finances, to just all people. Everyone can start from yourself. We can start talking to people with disabilities. We should talk to them, talking about participants of warfare. We should thank them for their service. I'm sure if everyone does that, we will see in 5 years ourselves in a different society. Valery, dear colleagues, I liked what my colleague said about impossible. One of the main slogans of the National Paralympic Committee, impossible is possible. In our country, it's not easy because of economics, of politics, of war that was imposed by the aggressor. But impossible is possible. And we have to get united so that physical culture and sports become the main factor that will improve the health of the Ukrainian nation. The president founded, launched such a project, Healthy Ukraine. And I would like us to get united in this direction. And in this sense, again, I'd like to draw your attention to what our Paralympic and deaf Olympic sportsmen are doing. They're strong, they're powerful, and warriors who are back from war look at their achievements in sports and life. Let's work together. Let's win together. On this optimistic note, let's finish up our discussion. We wish you all be healthy in healthy Ukraine.
На цьому завершується другий день нашого форуму, форум «Україна-30. Здорова країна». Завтра ми поговоримо про фактори, які впливають на тривалість життя українців і які існують національні програми задля підвищення тривалості життя українців. Про все це на форумі «Україна-30».